5 seconds remaining. Team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Grimstroke.
I'm
10 seconds remaining.
Welcome back to the Lubet
5
Pro
seconds
Series
remaining.
Season 6. We've got our second series of the last day for the group series. It's going to be Motivate taking on
Radiant
SMG.
team
And
pick.
for both these teams, it is also their last series for the group stages as well. We're looking to see if Motivate
Dire
can
team
continue to cement their spot at the top of the table. And while for SMG, they're just playing for a
Dire
little bit of
team
momentum
back.
heading into the playoffs.
Enchantress.
Yeah, that's right. Making sure a little bit of your series left.
No.
Radiant team Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant
Motivate,
team
they're a
ban.
lineup.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they are quite the team to go up to. Looks like Motivate have a little bit different priority with their bans instead of other teams that we've seen so far. They got rid of the Omni Knight and the Elder Titan. We've been seeing previously it's a
seconds
lot of the
remaining.
ET and Enchantress ban, but they're like, you know
5
what?
seconds
We're not
remaining.
worried about the Enchantress. We just don't want to see KP on his Omni.
Sure, and you know it makes sense. They just wanted to, you know, the Grimstroke seems like core, set and forget for SMG, and there's always going to be something that slips through, right? We've seen many times Enchantress, Elder Titan banned out, Grimstroke's available. Grimstroke's banned out, Enchantress or Elder Titan are available, so they're just going to go back and forth, always opening up with one of these supports. It's a little predictable. I would say it's been working out for them so far, but that would probably be a lie.
Radiant team pick.
And with this Enchantress, I wonder what they're going to do with it as well. Like, is this going to be an position 5 Enchantress? Are they going to go a little bit more greedy with it? They do have the flexibility, for sure, on their team, but they're going to need some frontliners. Later on, Enchantress could start to build
10
up a little bit of
seconds
stats. Is going to have probably that Holy Locket
Dire
going
team
into the Magic Resistance talent at level 10. Super early Void. I mean, after a couple of those performances from Widmud, I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't just let him have it, but it's certainly something that Jackie's strong with as well.
10 seconds
it's-
remaining.
I mean, for both teams, we're seeing a first phase of their
5
duo
seconds.
support, which is
Radiant team pick.
you haven't really been seeing too often. And then early open off for Motivate's Void. It does get answered by KP. He's going to get his classic Beastmaster, which is not as popular what it used to be, but it is still definitely a good matchup versus the Void. Oh, we all in. All right.
All right, all in on the Chronosphere Cataclysm combo. I'm liking this face, this Beastmaster though. You know, it's kind of like what people oftentimes pick the Venomancer to do against a Faceless Void. You know, lots of slow little
10
tick
seconds
damage, makes it
remaining.
so hard for you to even move around in the lane. You can oftentimes force
5
out
seconds
an
remaining.
earlier time walk than you might like by leveling up the
Dire
boars.
team ban.
They even have the potential of, excuse me, moving around this Enchantress now to make things even harder for the Void. Or they could go for the kill potential with the Grimstroke. So some very good lanes coming out for at least the side lanes so far for SMG. what they're going to go for with their last pick
10
overall. The mid one
seconds.
hero
Radiant
is still yet to
team
come
back.
out. It can't be a Deucer
Dire
now that they've
team
got this
back.
Invoker. And, a bit of a wonder, right? Because no matter what you pick, they're always going to fall to that Chronosphere Cataclysm combo. So maybe something like a Wraith King, if it has not been banned out already, would be the way that I'd be going.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Wraith King at all as well. Like you were saying, they're very
5
reliant on their
seconds remaining.
cooldowns right now for Motivate. So if you go for a hero that's able to
Radiant
play
team
into that,
banned.
we've seen
Dire
time and time
team
again, the
pick.
Wraith King is just too much to deal with. It's left in the pool. Get rid of the Slark, the Phantom Lancer, because they don't deal very well with illusions.
I mean, you're against an Invoker, so it's unfortunate that you're probably going to be suffering from that that EMP early on. You know, you don't need
10
the
seconds remaining.
Sunstrike leveled up really early. It's not a ton of kill potential with it, but
5 seconds
I don't know.
remaining.
I still feel like this is a pretty damn good Wraith King game. Maybe an Ursa, other than that, but you're going to get kited around fairly easily. Like, it needs to be something with mobility. Morphling's kind of okay, and I suppose you've got a little bit more of that outplay potential coming through. You know, trying to catch out the Invoker or the Void before they can get off their combinations, but we shall see.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to see the Fearless hero.
5
They
seconds
can't.
remaining.
I kind of
You
want
mean
it
the
to be
Masteros
someone
hero?
Masteros. I kind of want it to be someone that doesn't have a long cooldown stun, because I feel like a long cooldown ability, because then I feel like you're really reliant on your team fight, and I think that's not how you want to play into someone like a Beastmaster, Enchantress. Like SMG can get really active early, so I mean, there's not a lot left available, which is worrying me. I hope they just don't go into the Tidehunter.
Bristle is banned. Unfortunate. That would have been nice.
Phantom
You may
Assassin.
now select your
Offlane
heroes.
Void. It is.
All right. Let's go. Something a little different. It's what we like to see. Motivate don't need the win. SMG do. So they're going to be hopefully licking their lips at this this prospect. But when's the last time we saw an offlane face this Void? Like Universe playing it?
Oh, what's going on? I saw China played it, I think, in the DPC. I don't remember.
Did it
who.
win?
I'm trying to remember. I didn't watch the whole game,
Okay.
but I remember seeing it relative like last DPC, so it has been recent. What is the reasoning for them wanting this last pick Phantom Assassin when you've got Faceless Void? Like, unless you catch him on the outskirts, yes, you can chuck the dagger, but it feels like you could have gone for maybe a better position one to be dealing damage in Chrono. And I feel like also the lane versus the Beastmaster, I thought they might have had a better matchup if you were going for your last pick.
I would have gone for a Troll Warlord. I'm not sure if it was banned out or not, but you know, you can dish out damage inside the Chronosphere. You could use your abilities to more quickly clear out those boars. You're actually a ranged hero, or with potential for range. Whereas it feels like Jackie, he's gonna have to toss out the daggers onto the boars to make sure he's not getting crushed in the lane. That means there's no harass coming through the other way as well, so opens up some decent kill threat. They should win the regen battle on SMG in that side lane, so I don't know, like it's kind of all in onto this this Cataclysm combo.
You think you would,
I suppose it's nice to be able to just go into a bit more. Like, a little unfortunate the Ags doesn't reduce the cooldown on Chronosphere anymore. What if you just went like Refresher Rush or something like that? I don't know.
I'm trying to remember the build that he went. I think it was Asking Madness into like
Ags?
BKB Blink or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't
Mind
like
the Ags against it, right? Like, I feel like they need some sort of
the
way.
shard or the scepter.
Both. Just to try and bait out a
Because,
few
yeah, it
abilities.
increases the cast rate. Wait. I feel like you want the scepter over the Ags, right?
I want both.
But he's gonna do no damage.
But you're an offlane, right? Damage isn't the issue. You've got a PA, you've got Chronosphere,
30
Cataclysm
seconds
eventually,
battle.
and it gives you a way to get that initial lockdown onto the likes of a Morphling. You can deal damage
And
to
then
an
drop.
Enchantress.
Okay.
Right? Like, you're always going to hit the bash, right? If you go in, but then you're not fully
Yeah,
committing
okay.
either.
Yeah, and sometimes when you time walk in and drop chrono, like it's got a bit of a cast animation, so you actually get that initial stun. Okay.
Yep.
I guess, like if Lion's unable to fulfill that role, depends how farmed they are on.
The battle begins.
Should be
3 for 1.
another old neutral
2
for 2, as he'll do the old shrapperoo.
That's what's just picking out the bounty, saying, "Wait, where'd this go?"
Get back here, my boy. All right, how are we feeling about this one? I mean, we got a bit of a wonky off-lane flex for the Faceless Void. Are we liking it from Motivate, or do we think mid one's Morphling and Co can take this?
I think it depends on what his item build is. Like, I really feel strongly about this Axe and Axe Shard. We can already see he's got a Ring of Health queued up, so need to be able to withstand a lot of early magic burst. You would assume he's going to maybe build into a hood for that initial survivability against the burst coming through from, because they're lacking a little bit in stuns right now on SMG. You know, the setup from the Raw is going to be so important, and I mean, there's so many targets that are important to be able to lock down, right? The PA, be able to burst her down before she gets her mobility off. Same sort of thing with the Faceless Void. So, keen to see how they're looking to itemize here. It's been a while since I've seen it, at least, this offlane Void. Weren't sure if it won in the Chinese region, but it's okay. Like, you were talking about the Tide Hunter not wanting to go more into this this heavy cooldown reliance. Well, this kind of is a substitute for it, right? It kind of feels like that combination with the Ravage is essentially the same as the Chronosphere.
And I miss Universe.
I wonder what he's up to.
You know, I wonder. So exciting watching him play Dota. So exciting. The high caliber player that he was, and now it's just some unfortunate things, and we don't see the power offlane no more.
Where are you going?
Oof. That dude's MIA. So,
Love and life.
yeah, love and life through COVID. That's how it be. He's going in. He's going inward. Soul searching. Who knows?
I know, like, some of the other older figures from the scene, like ex-caster Lumi, for example. He's just spending his time playing a lot of Smash Brothers. He plays some board games as well. He's just having a chill life, you know?
That's all everyone wants in the end. Just a nice, relaxing life where the worries are limited and the fun is plentiful. So this, again, we are going to see Fearless on a little bit more of a... He's actually gone back into the XOR. He did this in that game we saw versus Southville. He went a couple levels in the Crossworks to start, well, 2 in Cross in particular for this game, and then back into the XOR, which he actually even has the Midas queued up. So looking to get greedy once again.
I suppose you always have that potential, right? You've got the stun set up from Lionax, you've got the cogs, which you're going to be able to use to go for kills. I don't mind it. It's just a matter of, like, now you've essentially got 3 cores that don't do anything in the super early games. So that first Chronosphere is going to be really key to the outcome of this game.
And that's a bit of an issue usually, because when you don't do anything versus someone like a Beastmaster, you can take objectives incredibly fast. I mean, it is definitely not a Beastmaster like we saw in previous patches, but still, if KP wants to go for that Helm Dom, then he can definitely put a lot of work on these objectives.
Might even see Helm of the Overlord. Never know.
Ooh. Our food. Just taking up some right-click damage. Lion got a little bit of advantage. Feels like trading-wise as well. 2 points Earth Spike, and also with those extra damage, the good old right clicks. So overall though, we feel like we're potentially going to see our first blood in this game 1.
Might be a bit of an issue towards the top side. I'm sure that's where SMG are looking to put a lot more of their attention, because Dodgy's aggression, he's doing a fantastic job at zoning out this Faceless Void. He's had to buy multiple sets of tangos already. He even just used his TP back to the tier 1 tower. So Went for the bounty snipe at level 1, Rogi. Tried to go for it again. The movement from Pew's going to be able to block that, but they're just getting nothing out of this top side. And if Void does go back into lane, it's a pretty easy way to get the kill. We might be looking to make a bit of a rotation onto Fearless, or just be sniping away some of these camps here. They might have been wanting to use to farm up a little bit more. This is the classic, like, puppy style, where, you know, you pick something, be extra cheeky, trying to go for a deep kill here. Level 6 picked up by Nia. No detection.
Oh, they're gonna get bot first. Arfu. It's Jackie that's able to pick that one up, so very nice rotation from Q's Clockwork coming down, and see Rogi and Nia trying to use this catapult for a potential dive, because Nia does have this big level spike in the 6 compared to what Invoker usually gets, but nice awareness from Fearless. Even going to drag the creep wave away, so this should allow the tower to finally get rid of the catapult.
In the last hit, there was Q.
Strike on the mark, cold snap follow-up. Arfu, they need to try and take up the battery assault here. Rogi will do so, but they still end up losing Arfu. Trade a 1-for-1 in the supports. Fearless, no room or mana. Right click, not enough. Oh my, that was close.
Able to just sproink away was Rogi. But, you know, some nice early rotations around this mid lane. I think Motivator are going to be totally cool with this. They're actually going to make a play here. He's sitting on low mana, so I'm not sure if he's going to have enough or any kind of escape mechanism.
Oh, he sidestepped. Oh, that's quite the play, Fearless. It's trying to give him some mana. Cold snaps up. You wouldn't just predict the Sunstrike, would you? I don't think it's enough.
Not against a haste.
Nah, come on. If you make that play, then it's getting clipped. That's what Fearless, he's going for that. You want that ball of play.
That's true. He is hungry for the power. Power of clout.
It's a powerful thing.
Straight back to the mid lane is Rogi, wanting to keep the harass up onto Fearless. Okay. He's having a decent start. You know, sitting towards the bottom end of the net worth charts. Masros is the one that's really been suffering quite heavily.
Where are you going?
Sunstrike setup. This is what we saw in their previous game with Invoker. It does leave Fearless a little bit vulnerable for a dive. Flying Axe tipping forward. Fearless got another round of the abilities. Cold Snap controlling up Nia. And some protection of the Resonant Pulse. He's actually going to commit on forward, because he still has another use of the actual set. In and out constantly. Nia's Void Spirit popping off in this game on 3-0. And we see so often. And it's just the pressure. Like, this is really showing the greediness of the Motivate lineup. Like,
Yeah,
Jackie's going to TP. And I was literally just going to say, like, you can't have a position 1 that's going to try and TP to the mid lane. You've got an off lane Void. Like, what's that going to do? So SMG, really, they are doing quite the job to reveal the weaknesses early for Motivate.
Yeah, for sure. And even there, just being able to use the Resonant Pulse, there were 3 heroes that it clipped onto, so a lot of extra absorption coming through. What is that? Let me do my quick AU math. 300, which meant that the Cold Snap onto you wasn't doing any damage. So they weren't actually able to get those mini stuns. He was able to continually chase down. Get the kill. They're trying to go for a kill here onto Fearless again. He's just TP back.
On a backup. Get the Sunstrike connection, but he is out of mana and also out of a lot of health as well. So they'll punish both 2 heroes and turn it into a third as Rogi will fall. Great play. Finally Motivate. They're bringing all the numbers here, but it's just, I mean, what are we feeling for Fearless? That's 2 deaths now, and this is a hero that really thrives on having a free early game, especially when you're going for this greedy Exalt Midas.
Yeah, I think if he'd already picked up the Midas and, you know, used it, it was on cooldown, it would be fine. Because when you look at what they're actually losing as a result of all of it, mid 1 clearly at the top of the net worth charts. KP, he's been able to push out this bot lane already. It's such a weird place for Masros to be farming. I mean, this is what we were worried about might happen in the laning stage, but even with this off-lane Void, you're going to continue to have trouble getting anything out of a Beastmaster lane. And
meanwhile, you contrast the cause right now. Like, everyone's free farming top. You know, they will get measly Enchantress. Pulls them off the tower a little bit, but they're not doing any damage right now. So what do we got? We got Chrono. Where's the damage? It's 4 points Exort if my odds aren't playing up, and way I'd hope they're not at such an early age.
It'll be about that 300 pure damage though, so It depends who you can catch. Mid one, he's in full agi form right now.
Is under attack.
He's really committed. Far double
Cronus
juice
here.
for the ultimate. Missed the stun. Mid one's gonna commit on forward. Great Chronosphere onto two, but the Sunstrike just gets the clip on the Void Sprint. That's all the damage they needed to bring down Nia.
Nice stuff.
Mid one's gonna be careful as well because he showed up to the fight. Two-man tornado. They try and target down the Grimstroke, knowing that mid one. He committed forward with the waveform, and it's gonna be very difficult for him to get back to safety. Even KP showed up. Fortunately, the Cogs not going to push mid one back. Raw solo on the clockwork with the boards. There's plenty of damage. Mid one, don't go back in the Sunstrike. Oh, so close. It's still slowed down the waveform dilation, allowing them to continue chasing further and further into the river. Nia's respawn, and Nia's going to punish.
That was so close. Mid one was getting greedy. He wanted to use the adaptive strike to secure that last hit onto the clockwork. Nearly ends up costing him his life. That just missing with the Sunstrike there, and well, this is what happens. We were talking about it, the Beastmaster draft. You've got that inner Beast Aura, you've got the Siege Creep alongside you, all of these units that you don't do a good job of clearing out, at least until that PA's got the Battle Fury. I believe she's... no, doesn't actually have it coming out to her yet. The full broadsword away.
What is KP? It's gone solo crest first, okay.
Yeah, it makes sense. Just wanting to buff up his units, buff up a Siege Creep. That's when KP's going to be looking to make a lot of these rotations happen.
And it also feels like it gives them a very early Roche potential. They didn't really have it beforehand with any minus armor, because Radiant are very much reliant on their cooldowns and can't fight early because of the greediness. So if they waste the chrono, then instantly SMG can punish for Roshan. So that's another thing that this Solar Crest will provide them. And like you said, also heavily buffing up mid one.
Alright, so at least Fearless has his Midas now. He's able to continue farming, play a little bit more passively around the map. They've got a couple of deep wards, which is quite nice. I'm hearing a hook shot here.
Got the Finger of Death. Sunstrike needs the damage. Oh, this helps Fearless get another kill. It will cost him his life.
And Jackie.
It's also going to cost Jackie his life too. Great movement from SMG. Unfortunately losing mid one, but you get both the position 1 and position 2 of Motivate.
You're going to be more than happy with that. The pressure just continues here. Going to force a super early glyph. Which are wanting to lose a decent amount of tower damage. I suppose they don't have the creep wave to be able to continue to push in. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a do-nothing draft so far by Motivate. Azeroth so poor right now.
Three bounties!
Under attack.
Yoinkies?
He's always... what? I would be taunting if I get 3 bounties.
I mean, that's going to help Azeroth for sure.
Need a little bit of assistance on his life, unless he can just be a Duke God. Looks like that he can. Meanwhile, we see Nia.
Can't that happen?
Mid.
Stun into Sunstrike.
Looks like with the setup. Yeah.
Dire
We're going to be able to find KP too. Jackie just gives the information. KP on the top side of the map here. Looks like he was trying to put a little bit of pressure on the tier 1 tower. Start to infiltrate the jungle, but he's going to get punished.
Q, part of a lot of these early rotations, making a ton of stuff happen. He's been part of 10 out of the 12 kills. Even though, still, the net worth lead is in SMG's favor. Looking nearly as bad now that you were able to get that pick off. It feels like as long as they don't have Nia, you're doing just fine.
Yeah, Nia is the damage early on, and a lot of their playmaking as well. Is he?
I have never seen
He's not.
an Echo Saber.
Should get the kill on Fearless.
Avoid my
He's not going Echo Saber, right? Like, this is just a awkward build up into, oh crap, I need to be like, I Echo? Bot lane? This is okay. Don't have the control for Nia, although he did heavily commit forward with all his ulti charges. Keep charging forward. Alright, Denog. This is, again, why they pay you the big bucks. You might not get a chance right now, Masteros. Man, there are so many shenanigans going on right now across the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll wait for the action to stop. Actually, here we go.
On two, mid one.
He soaks it up. Nicely done.
Tanks the damage with the Sunstrike. Now Q is in a really awkward position from the clockwork. Will end up falling. Meanwhile, Dire making a really cute maneuver with this smoke. They're going to be able to catch out Jackie. Great awareness. SMG recognizing that the Phantom Assassin not going to be getting involved in that team fight and that he wants to be farming around the top side. So they smoke, get the pick off. Meanwhile, this fight is continuing down bot. Next up is the Morphling.
Bigger.
Was that too much mana to play with? They've got the control. Mid one will fall. He is still going to show up. He's got the Arcane Rune in the arsenal. This is going to be enough. He jumps on top of Fearless. He doesn't have any protection. Again, Fearless. He's going to get caught out this greedy Exorb build. Not paying off this game for Fearless's Invoker. And Nia still with the Arcane Rune. He's looking to punish here. They're going to think about going up the high ground. Astral Step still on cooldown, so they will get back to safety.
Good positioning by Q to be able to protect his cause. Hoping for the lucky crits in onto Rogi, but not going to happen.
He has an Echo Saber. All right.
I can think about it. They're still here, though. They're still here. I know why, but...
You know why? All right.
Well, I have my opinion on why. I'm not sure if it's correct.
You said you know why. You said you know why.
Well, you can disassemble it. Since 7.27b, you can disassemble the Echo Saber. So he's going to go like this God King style. Jackie might die here.
Jump in. Let's see this Echo Saber come to play. Never mind. Maybe it's KP, actually. Short Sunstrike. Easy setup to pick off. They don't have Chrono in case the team fight breaks out. Great prioritization, Howard, from Void Spirit, trying to jump Lion. It's a lot of the control and a lot of the bursts with the Finger of Death as well. Even mid one's looking to get involved. Jackie just picked up the Battle Fury. But with this item, you want to be farming, not getting involved in these team fights. But because of SMG's constant pressure, he feels forced.
A lot of kills again. 16 and a half minutes in, 30 kills. So yeah, disassembling it. I think that's the reason why. You know, he wants a little bit more survivability for now. Eventually you're going to disassemble it, maybe go back into the Orchid, maybe go into a BKB for yourself, or Kyre and Sange, something along those lines. Taking inspiration from God King, perhaps. I think I counted one game where he went like... He disassembled like 5 different items, it felt like. It was crazy.
He
was the pioneer.
Yeah, felt like the pioneer, the person to invent this disassemble kind of, what we call meta? I don't know. They smoked underneath the hall.
I think it's just a playstyle, not a meta. You're able to catch that Lion Axe.
Go Saber, go to work!
Mega kill!
Okay.
You haven't failed. This was your greatest success.
Here is definitely popping off. 10, 3, and 4. Yeah, so is the next item of choice here for your Void Spirit. What's the Invoker got?
Scanning.
Is scan correct?
2 components left until the axe.
This is going to be on cooldown.
You don't think he's going to die? I think he should be okay.
Still on cooldown, it doesn't matter.
He TP's one.
Oh, it's the efficiency what matters.
Fearless, you gotta use it.
What's that, 7 seconds?
Trash. He's got Exort maxed out now.
Ooh, it is quite nice to be able to take Roshan.
All of that extra attack speed, that Solar Crest as well, come into effect, and the Alpha Wolf, if you don't mind.
They are
damage further. Got Clockwork, and they're going to throw it in, but it's going to be too late.
If they tried to attempt that, and Invoker had Aghanims and Radiant were aware, then that could have been a disaster of a zone to fight in. But at the Aegis, Morphling, able to pick that one up a very early Roshan kill for them.
They had the nice deep ward though, right? So
yeah,
what's going to happen? And KP as well had the Hawk available. So SMG, they felt comfortable to be able to take it, but it just keeps ticking further and further. You can see Masaros, Fearless, they're playing around each other, wanting to provide a little bit of extra protection. Missing on the Earthspike. I don't know if you can continue to do this.
They're gonna hook back on KP. Even Chrono committed. Brogy actually doesn't get stuck in the Chrono. Now that's on cooldown along with the Cataclysm. So Dire, they're gonna think about fighting, knowing that the big abilities are all wasted here just for the kill on KP. We'll get both the supports. Radiant is for Jackie though. Trying to farm up that BKB. I don't know if they're going to be able to give him a whole lot of time as Azeros
should get away.
One little man.
Yep, so you can see here,
Radiant's
Axe Shard,
middle
what he's
tower
going
is
into
under
next.
attack.
In 20 seconds. Probably just going to walk on back to base, perhaps. Get his mana back. Purchase it up. I suppose mid needs defending.
It's a game where we haven't seen Motivate get as many pickoffs as what they did versus Southfield when they had this Invoker. It was a bit different over an offlaner. They had that Legion that game, so it's slightly easier, but even with the clockwork and a Lion, it's still, you have the capability. But I feel like it just comes down to the gameplay of SMG. Like they're the one that is up in the Invoker's face, and it makes it very difficult for Motivate to set up on the map for these pickoffs.
That, plus the lanes were kind of trash, so you know, you're always going to have hard time dealing with that. As well, Jackie, he's revealing in the lane here. You've got the Primal Roar and an Arcane Rune. That's going to be enough to take out that PA.
Your life cycle.
So can Masteros try and bait out a few bigger spells with the use of that Aghanim Shard?
Should be
Radiant
a
structures
tier 2
are
tower though.
fortified. Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
there we go.
is under attack.
Very nice. Maybe you got one right click in.
Radiant's middle
it out.
tower is under attack.
I mean, they know they don't have the
Radiant's
Roar,
middle
right? So there's no,
tower is
like,
falling.
absolute instant lockdown, but it's still a scary prospect. Chrono is 30 seconds away. Oh, they're going to continue to commit here.
That's not a bad replicate target. Dilation. Very nice for someone like the Invoker.
They're just trying to make sure that the siege creep dies, but mid one, he's putting himself on the front lines, making sure it still lives. He's got the Aegis to be able to play around with it. I'm sure they've got a timer on that Chronosphere cooldown as well.
Doesn't get the attribute shift. They want to burst him down with a finger or drop some extra combos. Get the protection. Now they're focusing down Q's clockwork. They didn't
Masteros needs
heavily
mana.
commit.
Needs mana.
Well, Jackie's back alive. BKB not yet completed. There goes the Chrono Cataclysm on both the heroes in the backline. They'll tear apart the Grimstroke. Beastmaster's going to fall as well. Great use of the abilities from Motivate, but they're looking to try and catch more. Mid one, he can turn a man fight, but mid one, a little bit of miscommunication. Neo actually wants to retreat away. Now that hesitation puts mid one in an awkward position, bashed up twice in a row. And Fearless should be able to chain lock him down. Nia needs to come back over, but it's a bit too late here. Got the attribute shift, Finger of Death's going to be there with the Hex follow-up, Rocket Flare, all the damage trying to be used. Mid one, Tornado, but they're still able to catch him in the tree line and the Morphling's down. SMG, back-to-back games here. They walk up the higher ground and throw a massive lead.
Lead's still in their favor, but finally you get a good use of that Chronosphere together with the Cataclysm, of course. And well, that's not even a heavy amount committed from your PA either. Had very minimal involvement into that, as opposed to the BKB for himself, and he can start to look to frontline now that you're not having to worry about taking out the 2 lives.
Oh, well, Fearless is going to get caught. Great catch from KP. That blink coming into play here. See that dire. Their pickoffs on key targets are really starting to ramp up, and it's just showing across the map with how they're playing as well. That is BKB though completed, I believe, on Jackie we just see.
Yes. I'm not sure if I'm super crazy about this. They found out here. KP actually blinks into 2. Hit on the backlines. Q, what a hook shot.
Like Q finds all 3. You bet you wish you had Cataclysm. Mid one's going to try and replicate forward. Use space. Instant kill on KP, but Mastros is still slowed down by the dilation, and Roger's got the micro as well to further lock him in. End up losing 2. You'll have the Invoker up in a couple seconds here. It's a lot of your defense. Let's see if it's enough though.
What an attempted play coming through there from the Clockwork. Like you said, if they had Cataclysm, that would have been an enormous turnaround, but not quite enough. They've got to try and he might
use the attribute shift. Neo moving in forward now with the silence. Finds multiple. Jackie's in trouble as well. The BKB's on cooldown. He's got a Phantom Strike target.
Radiant's
Your
middle
Void's up
barracks are
soon,
under
but
attack.
without the Cataclysm, It's going to be
Radiant's middle barracks
lacking a
has
lot of the
fallen.
damage, so they'll get a full set of racks mid. SMG is still sticking around.
Why not? You know they're so cooldown reliant. This is going to be up in 10 seconds.
Is under attack.
Jeez. Time for that Cataclysm. 70 seconds away with Cato.
Q baited them. Mastros, Chrono's still on cooldown's about to come back up. If he drops it, he does. On to 2. The EMP, but where's all the damage for right now? They're bashing down mid one, but he's still able to get the wave from away. They're stun on 2. Soulbite, Raw, still the Morphling protected for the moment. Spear Vessel's out, though he's falling low. Bashes are required, and they're there. They'll fire to triple. Jackie's able to push on forward. What a great chrono. Even without the damage, you just see the follow-up afterwards, locking them in, disrupting that fight, and it allowed Motivate to have the advantage there.
Bounty.
He was playing out of his mind this game. You know, he was part of all of the early game rotations, playing a lone hand essentially. And that's a couple of times now where he's just gotten that hook shot in onto the backlines. He baited it out that time as well. A lot of these key aggressive movements coming through from SMG, and it's going to keep Motivate Trust in this game. And that's just with a Vessel. Like, he has nothing else other than a Vessel. He's going to eventually be able to go into that 4-star. It'd be really nice to be able to get away from, you know, some of these primal roars, these lockdowns. Void Spirit wants to try and get onto them as well. Of course, being able to snap that Grimstroke ulti, very handy as well. Provide a lot more mobility to Masaros as well as Jackie.
I mean, Jackie is now top of the net worth here for the Phantom Assassin. They should get a solo on Rogi.
He could have forced up.
Okay, never mind. Great use from Rogi's force, and now they're actually going to have to TP out.
He went for the bullwhip, blink forward into the roar. Not going to commit. I don't know how I feel about the Ags on KP.
Dire's top tower. is
Arcane
under
Blink,
attack.
perhaps, might be a good way to go about it. Yeah, he's not going to go Ags anymore. Just go Sep to make sure he's not getting taken down by this PA, because it feels like perhaps he's retreating a little bit early from a few of these team fights, not wanting to put himself at risk of dying, but that means no Solar Crest, no Inner Beast Aura. You're not quite as capable of turning around in
Dire's
man
top
fighting.
tower is under attack.
I mean, late game, I do like the Morphling matchup versus the PA, because you've got a considerable amount of armor, because of being the Agi form.
Dire's
Shotgun is
top
very
tower
good versus
is
the
under
Phantom
attack.
Assassin
Dire's
too.
top
You
tower
can maybe
has
pop a
fallen.
BKB or burst her down. It does kind of get to the early stages, because now we already see PA's got 2200 health thanks to the BKB and Sanjin Yashop. So, but it's still going to be a pretty good matchup here for mid one. Just feels like he's going to be cautious, of course, getting caught out before the attribute shift. That is,
He's been very good with it so far, though.
he has.
Every single time he's been able to get it off. And
You know,
well,
maybe
second Roche. They're gonna know this time though. Yeah, hook shot available, smoke up, rocket flare
This is-
reveals.
a great positioning though from Rogi. They're actually going to make the long maneuver around. They should get there in time. They've got a great absorb ward on the back line as well.
Will Q get there in time though? He's
They're going to see the positioning though. Observer sentry, so Dire scout this out. Jackie instantly jumping on Rogi. Trying to get out of Chrono. It's up to 2 with Devil's combination with the Cataclysm. They're going to be able to bring down both of them. Morphling control. He's got the mantle if he wants to get out of the Spirit Vessel, but he's... Active Tornado's going to end up clipping him. Soulbite is not enough. He'll fall, but he's got to buy back to rejoin the fight with the T1 tower. Cogs put back is coming through from Masaros. Look at the chain lockdown. The target prioritization, SMG will turn. They'll deal with the Invoker if he wants to try and rejoin the fight as well, but it's a heavy commitment from SMG with the buyback. Oh, they'll be able to catch him out. Hex, figure it out. He wants in trouble. He needs help, but he needs it now. Cogs puts away, but mid one. Back down, waveform once again. Trying to deal with the supports. He'll be able to do so, but it costs you your backline as well. And now mid one, he's got no escape. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Waveform tornado clips onto both. Feels a clutch buyback, giving them the control. It's an ultra for Jackie. Give him the rampage. Close the distance there. A rampage for Jackie's Phantom Assassin.
A rampage for the PA, as well as the dieback on both the Enchantress and, more importantly, mid one's Morphling. And what do you know? Aegis still there, still available. and they're able to just go in on and take it. Midas is on cooldown, so come on, Fearless, step it up.
Your shrine has fallen to the radiant.
Who's gone and taken it? He's gone for the triple meteor. Okay. I don't know. I kind of feel like you got to give it to Q, right? Give him the jetpack. Look at how much that's affected the net worth as well. 80% to 20. Huge net worth swing happening in Motivate's favor. Almost all of it going over to Jackie as well. Of course, that buyback's so expensive for the Morphling. Cost him 1,300 gold to be able to do so. They hadn't even lost a tier 1 tower, but ends up baiting them into a fight where they thought that they could win.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
What a turnaround. It's back-to-back games that they have now blown open some big leads.
Dire's middle
Last game there was a 9,000 swing. They had a 5,000 net worth lead. Now it's 9,000 in Motivate's favor. So 14k swing. Going to be even more as well.
And you know what's kind of disgusting? That team fight went on for so long that the Chronosphere is already back off cooldown. You know, he's just going to hit up onto his level 20 as well here on Masaros.
We like the Skadi build up for the Void. Is this just gonna make sure he doesn't get bursted and can get the Chrono off? Is that kind of what he's thinking? I know the Skadi's good versus the range cores as well, but
I guess I still really want to see the Axe. I feel like it's an amazing way, especially now that you've hit your level 20, you've got that -2 second time walk talent. Like, you're not worried about dealing right click damage in the middle of a team fight. You can see he's all utility, even just holding onto a Grove Bow to maximize his chance for the bashes as opposed to damage.
that meatball is a very wide range. How do you... That's gonna be really wonky. Will it actually work in Chrono? It feels like you
Well,
might
one of
not
them's gonna hit. The middle one will hit.
Yep, one, yeah. I thought maybe the second might. I didn't know the range was that wide.
I mean, it might guarantee that Jackie, you're a little far forward here. Oof. Knife revealing their position.
Oh, the crit! To Enchantress. Masaros, Chrono's gonna be there once again. Cataclysm fall, Morphling. Being able to get the attribute shift. Gotta keep in mind, Mid-1 doesn't have a buyback as well, so they need to bring him down if they can target him. They'll be able to get the Phantom Strike away. Thanks for Replica, but Jackie is
on the hunt.
And truly alive. Bash Coach, it's there! Hughes Clockwork the entire game has been so on point. 3 down, no buybacks, and they can walk it down mid.
Yeah, creep waves here. No siege creep, but who cares when you've got Jackie hitting like an absolute truck. He's got his courier waiting there at the secret shop. Wants to be able to have that satanic available for himself as quickly as he can. Actually, never mind. It's waiting in his own jungle. He's getting his career sniped.
Dire's middle tower.
That's the satanic, boys.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Oh, they're gonna have to make sure they keep those creeps up. But unfortunately, they're gonna run into tower range, so they might have enough time to get. Oh, I say that Alacrity with PA hits goddamn hard. Maybe a melee racks even.
No, they'll get both.
Fast enough.
No Morphling. Like, there's no way you can stop this without Mid-1.
Backdoor protection is gonna kick in.
You got minus armor anyway. It's fine. And KP dies to the support rotation. I mean, come on. This is... It's getting to that stage where it's like, if the supports are able to kill a Beastmaster that's pretty decently farmed, it's looking quite rough. Look at Q's net worth. He is doing so much this game. He's nearly got his access to money.
Oh no. Mid-1, they are starting to set up on you.
Oh. Actually, no, still in Agi form.
Hands up, Cataclysm. They locked him out. He's low health as well. Cataclysm's not enough. Phantom Strike back to safety with Rogi. Needs the waveform away, and he will. Great use of the positioning from Rogi. Keeps your carry alive. Now it's time to get these lanes shoved out in a respectable position.
It feels so bad when you go something like this Enchantress, go this hard to kill build with the Holy Locket, with the 4-star, with the Nature's Attendants and the magic resistance talents, and then Jackie just comes in and crits you down to basically nothing in one hit. Speaking of Jackie, hit level 25 with this neutral camp, loses the Aegis, but doesn't really matter because he already had the BKB available, just sitting on in his backpack, so he's doing just fine in terms of the farm.
Hey, we might still get to see the jetpack. Let's go. That's what we're here for.
Now, the double jetpack as well, overclock. Come through.
Uh-oh, they're underneath an observer ward.
Oh no, the triple as well, no bashes.
Stifling dagger, figure of death. You don't need no bashes when you got that amount of damage. KP will fall. Mastros is still looking to sweep on the back mid one. It's really far outside the base. They get the bash first hit. Mastros is going to set up in the chronosphere as well. They're going to make sure they don't group up here. Mastros is actually going to try and blink on the high ground. Jackie doesn't have any backup at the moment. KP Raw controlling up through the magic immunity. They won't get the double Raw. A little bit too late on the use of the soul bind, but they've done a great job to kite that first use of the BKB. Nia getting rid of the supports as well. The chronosphere's a win from Mastros. In fact, it controls up the clockwork. So mid one freely right-clicking down Q. They lose the life of the support. That was a 3v2, but is it going to be enough?
The meatballs.
Mastros, can he control him up? He can't. They'll get the cataclysm, but it's barely any damage. The main issue is that they need to protect mid one. Manta's still on cooldown. He's trying to play around with catchment chip. Nia's helping out as well. Mid one gets his active strike. Mastros up in the high gun, back down, goes to the bed. Mid one, he's in trouble, he's gonna fall. Jackie will get him. Nia's bashed up as well. A triple for your Phantom Assassin, and they have had enough. Motivate. What an incredible comeback from them, able to take this game one.
And another ultra kill. Jackie, why not? He's going to get all the flashy highlights and everything else going on. The rampage, you know, it adds to his stats.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Elder Titan.
Ten seconds remaining.
We're back with the Luke Bet Pro Series Season 6.
Lena.
We got our second game here between Team SMG and the boys on Motivate Trust. And Denog, do we feel like this is a game where we might see another throw potentially come out? Because we have back-to-back throws here. It does at least lead for exciting Dota, but I'm sure the team that makes the throws, it's a different story for them.
It's weird, right? Because they've been in a position every single time to be able to take out the game. But it just feels like that high ground push. It's the sign of an inexperienced team that they're not able to fully coordinate, understand the limitations that they have. And it feels like they're just not.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh. The Enchantress and the Elder Titan were not a pair that was let through, and Motivate, they're actually going to go back into the old standard Lion Axe ET, something that we haven't seen for quite a while because they've been having some good success on a lot of these other heroes. Oh, I like it.
We've seen Dreamcell on Boom have a lot of success with the Luna.
Team back.
Dude, again, I still just don't know how I overall rate the hero.
Back.
It depends. Like, if you're playing it in a pub, probably not that good. But if you've got the coordination to be able to get multiple stacks off, create space, like Motivate loves to do, so many times before the 15-20 minute mark, they would be going for 4-man smokes, just allowing Jackie to get that extra item that he needed. It kind of felt like when he got that BKB, they were able to turn things around because you didn't have the threat of being locked down by the Void Spirit in particular. So I feel like they might be able to do the same sort of thing here. Of course, Elder Titan, very capable of building up multiple stacks into the jungle, which also buffs up his own strengths in the early game. And a little bit of extra magic damage never hurts against the Tide Hunter, although with the way that Luna's being built these days, the Lucid Beam build isn't really a strength right now. You're just going full in onto the Lunar Blessing and the Glaives, making sure that you've got the right click damage to be able to, take that space that your team's been able to provide for you in Snowball. So oftentimes you won't see your first Eclipse until like the level 14 mark.
Back into the Lion though. It just feels like Motivator always getting the supports they're really comfortable on. Like, we get the ET for Lion Axe, the Lion here for
5 seconds remaining.
Q, maybe even get that role play like we're always hoping when they pick up the Lion. Who knows?
What, Lion Axe playing the Lion?
Yeah, that's got to. Like, I feel like, have we asked him if it's his favorite hero?
Don't think we have. He hasn't been playing it a huge amount, and Q's got a good Lion as well, so might not even be him playing it, right? I feel like the ET is a much better pairing anyway. Something a little bit different, a bit more mid one-ish, wouldn't you say? Just something that's able to, dive in, going onto the front lines. You're going to have a huge amount of burst damage coming through from that Warlock. With the good old faithful Fatal Bonds.
10 seconds remaining.
And you'd probably say it's one of the better combos with the Warlock, right? That Gyrocopter?
Yep. Good in lane, both for just being able to sustain with your low attack range, being able to dive extra deep and use the rocket barrage to deal a lot of damage, and hell, even with the extra early points in the Fatal Bonds, you can deal out a ton of damage. LC being used, I suppose they wanted some sort of way to get rid of some of those Fatal Bonds on people, but not fantastic in the Gyrocopter as just a pure one-on-one matchup.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how does that lane really fare? Because it's a lot of magic damage, and it feels like Legion. I don't know if you can really man fight in that lane.
Yeah, no, it's a bit rough, but I suppose they just want to play for a little bit more of the late game. They've got some solid pick-off potential together with this Lion once the Duel and Finger of Death becomes available, and I'm sure they're going to be looking to get a nice active mid as well that's able to exploit a lot of that. Invoker's not banned, but I feel like it was one that got away from SMG that time around. They did not have a good early game on Motivate. This time around, at least they've got the LC, but
5 seconds
I feel like you might still be getting somewhat greedy if you were going to go into something like the Invoker again.
Setup-wise, it still does look pretty decent.
Yeah.
And as the game goes on, Alacrity on Luna is always pretty scary. I just feel like they need something to be in the middle of the fights early on, because Luna can't really fulfill that role Legion likes to be able to use the press the attack more defensively.
Dire
So
team pick.
I really like the Death Prophet ban.
Yeah, and they get rid of the Invoker as well. So what else is left? Storm Spirit a little bit. It's going to be great for picking off the Lena and the Warlock in particular, so you're going to make sure you need to be playing with the rest of your team.
Admiral Conker.
Actually, Conker, alright. That's the middle of a team fight for sure. Lots of team fight control. You're able to mitigate a lot of the damage with the Cocoa Rum, provided that you're able to get off the boat against these insane amount of burst magic damage that SMG has if they get these great Fatal Bonds combos off. How have you found Roger's positioning so far this game?
Remaining.
You know, have you felt like he's been caught out of position a little bit too much? I think it's been okay for mine.
Yeah, I've been pretty impressed with Roger so far. I mean, I think SMG overall as a team has been looking a bit rough, but we saw...
He nearly made the Pudge work.
Played,
so.
Yeah, nearly make the Pudge work. He played the Oracle previously, right? That past game?
Did he?
Or was it... Oh, no, it was Xiao. It was Xiao. Sorry. It was Genuel that played him. Yeah. I mean, this game he's going to have to be pretty on point with his positioning. Otherwise, it's a lot of the damage. And you take a look at the AoE synergy they have. They really need to land that Fatals. They really need the Rock as well. SMG have great turn potential.
Yeah.
But starting fights is very, very difficult.
So I think they need to go something like the Tidehunter's decent at it. They've got a good amount of burst, though, to be able to lock down this Tidehunter. And, of course, with the duel, that's one of the few things that you can't just shrug off with that Kraken Shell and be able to run away. So I feel like SMG needs something, A, that either does a lot of damage, or B, can just, again, stand in the middle of a team fight and brawl. Against a Conker. So what are they going to be thinking against that? Could they go something like a Razor? Could they go something like Viper, perhaps? I mean, you can't stand your ground and fight as a Viper, but against the Conker, you're doing all right. Kind of feeling the Razor a little bit.
Choose your hero.
Going back for the Echo Saber build. Oh, it's actually a Nia gyrocopter. See, this is what, when they were on their losing streak before, remember what SMG did? They were like, you know what, let's give mid one a more mid one style hero and let Nia try and carry the game. And you know what? He did. He did just that. He had a good early game, and since he was given a bit more of the farm priority, he had the items to be able to drag it through to the late game. I kind of want to see in the playoff stage mid one playing mid again. Like, it just still feels like so much of his style of meta where he needs to be playing these flashy heroes, and, you know, give Nia the opportunity to play a bit more of that carry role.
We haven't really seen Nia play carry in too many of his teams, so that's the only issue. Like, how much experience was playing that carry from the mid. And I think the matchup as well, like, you've got an incredible amount of magical bursts. You know, we've seen a couple of these position twos on the gyro. I feel like Yopaj comes to mind, even Mac as well has absolutely torn games apart. So, you know, potentially against someone like the Conqueror, you've got that capability, but it's definitely like, this is completely feels like switched up for SMG. It's a very fast-paced lineup.
Yeah, sure. I mean, a little cooldown reliant, of course, with the Golem and the Ravage, but other than that, they're going to be able to go at most stages of the game. As well, one of the big things that we talk about whenever we see the Conquer going up against any kind of enemy mid laner, if you got that armor advantageous matchup, good round Gyrocopter, he's got a healthy amount of armor. I believe it's 6 at level 1. 7, actually. I think that might just be rounding, but still
Prepare
looking pretty
for
good.
battle.
Well, how are we feeling about this draft here? We believe in the SMG draft, or are we a fan of a potential 2-0 for Motivate?
It's going to be on the back of Rogi. If he gets caught out, then it should be a pretty easy win for Motivate, but just the insane amount of burst potential that they do have on SMG, provided that they're able to get the initial stun onto Masteros so that he can't use the press the attack to remove that fatal bonds, might be enough to be able to turn it around for them. I'm hoping that we see a bit of a different build come out here from mid one. I don't want to see no Echo Saber. You need that Ag Scepter ASAP.
What do you mean? I want to see the Echo.
No. Get it out.
Oh, that's a shame. Cool item.
It is.
It's
not an avoid spirit.
What's with that net worth graph right now? Where there's a bunch of stairs?
What do you mean?
Well, if you take a look at the net worth, there's stairs.
Stairs?
Yeah, the graph.
The battle
I don't know what's going on. Ask me.
Do you mean Lena and Warlock having less? Is that what you meant, or because I can't see stairs?
Are you looking at the team net worth graph?
Oh, the team net worth graph.
Well, now it's going back up because of bounty, but like.
I thought you meant in the top left corner. Nope, I got nothing.
God damn it! God damn it! All right, well, bounty rune wise, was a 2 for 2. So even in that regard, do we feel like it's gonna be because you were saying Nia is more likely gonna fulfill that carry role this game? Do we believe it's going to be a physical build then? Because we do see often that if the gyro is mid, he'll go for like that magic orientated.
I think a Maelstrom is still needed, just because you want to be able to dish out a lot of AoE damage in these team fights pre-BKB, and he's going to be able to get that kind of early on. And then just go into the Aghanim Scepter, Satanic beyond that. But you need that initial little bit of burst to be able to snowball past this laning stage. Just make sure you're coming online and actually getting the objectives before those BKBs are raided.
We've got a tri-lane at the top here for Motivate, and Arfu will be your first blood. We've seen previously, it was Boom, I believe, that played this Lunar. It was in an aggressive tri-lane. This time for Motivate, they're holding a bit of a defensive tri-lane to start.
No, you don't. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I gotta have a look at just Fearless's heroes. Like, how many heroes have we seen that are at least like platinum tier so far on him? It's kind of nuts.
My guy plays a little bit too much Dota, I think. KP? He's gonna die as well. So this tri-lane for Motivate is already starting incredibly well. Now they're about to hit their level 2s, and it's just gonna get even more difficult.
And they're able to get these kills even without an Orb of Venom on Lionax. So it's just on the nice stuns coming through from Q. It's got a decent amount of regen, so it didn't opt to go for the mana drain. It's the double stun lockdown. It's going to be really nice. KP just TP'd back here.
Oh no, not like this. So got the Hex. Great LSA from Arfu though. We'll give KP a little bit better positioning.
Cast upon the tide.
They still have the beam, and Jackie will pick up his second kill. Also use that beautiful emote too.
I hate it. I hate it so much. It's the worst one in the game.
It's great when they're winning. How do you lane here?
You don't.
I have full time. Ooh, okay, never mind. No! Right click, Lionax.
Rogi,
finally.
But you've lost 4 kills.
Rogi,
You have to walk back to the lane again.
Absolutely not.
He might die if someone gets hit. Oh, Shadow Word expired.
I wonder if they're going to try and make something happen. You know, wait for the TP to come through from the Lena, wherever he is. Yeah, Arfu comes to the top side. They spot it out. Do they now rotate down to try and get a kill onto mid one? Get the pull off first by Q. Nicely done. Rogi scouted it out, though. Let's see, ET running all the way back to base. Up an early infused raindrops. Nicely done.
So we are not worrying too much about all the other lanes. We feel like it's all the action going to be top, no pick-off potential, maybe, or I should say no solo kill potential, maybe mid or bot.
Radiant structures are
maybe.
fortified.
I just feel like you've got such strong lanes all throughout on Motivate that kills can happen anywhere right now. And we're seeing again the return of the big bracer build on Fearless this time, not an off-laner build. But luckily enough for SMG, it's not the one that gives magic resist anymore. Remember how busted that was?
So stupid. Everyone was just going bracer, bracer, bracer. It's like, yes. Fun. Now we're seeing that on some position 3s. Maybe it's back. Who knows? Sam H is loving it.
Alright. Roger moving up here has certainly stemmed the bleeding. You know, they're...
Mid one, no, you don't want to get solo killed. Masteros in a matchup is able to bring down mid one's Void Spirit. Back up the top we go. Arthur's in trouble, and Arthur's going to get brought down plus 127 damage for Lion Axe's Elder Titan. This is 7 kills, and honestly, they might just make it an 8th. Not even 5 minutes into this game, Motivate are completely running over the lanes. They're going to TP mid one up top, so they have had enough. Finally, we'll see a bigger rotation come through. They need to dissolve how the lanes are looking.
They're on the board, baby. They get the first kill onto mid one, realizing, you know what, I'm not getting anything near enough out of this bot lane against this pesky Legion commander. Probably one of the worst heroes that you could 1v1 into in the entire game. That's why I did like the rotation coming through from the Warlock, actually. You know, it leaves the Void Spirit alone, but at least you got the Fatal Bonds to be able to dish out a lot of return damage through. Against a tri-lane, it's always going to be great, but it was too late. You know, you'd already given up 4 kills at that point. Still capable of diving you underneath the tier 1 tower. Actually getting a kill there. All right, nicely done by Nia. Again, mid lane going well for him.
Second kill of the game for SMG. That's kind of hype. Yeah, we saw what Nia could do last game. I mean, the Void Spirit did play really well, regardless of whether we weren't a fan of one of the items or not. But he's still...
This is big for Nia. He's been able to bottle up the haste rune. Apu, he's kind of caught in the river in no man land a little bit here. Underneath vision that this Sentry Ward is providing, maybe just wanting to wait until that Wraith Band at least gets delivered to him is Nia. Might look to shove out this lane a little bit here and then make a rotation up to help that top side with the Fatal Bonds coming through from Rogi. Fearless, though, making sure that doesn't happen. Forcing the wave right back underneath the tower. It's going to go back, farm up his creeps again. You know, they're not going to be all that worried right now.
It's a bit unfortunate when you're trying to stalk in the trees and they just drop an Absorb Ward dead on your head. The solo experience that mid one has got is allowed the level 6, but it's going to miss the Remnant, unfortunately. Still, another jump in, Q. Should be okay now. They're even going to think about TPing Masteros in case of a further dive occurs, but cancelled.
Stick it down here. They were saying, you know what, Fatal Bonds, it's wearing out. We're not all that concerned. Max might pay with his life for this. Q's at least going to get away, though.
Like, no, don't catch me, please. That's a 7-minute Midas on your Luna. Jackie's all in.
Tower is under attack.
Very nice scaling coming through from your Luna already. Going for probably a couple more points than I would have expected as this Luna before we saw how the lanes turned out. But of course, with the tri-lane, you always want the additional kill potential. 2 points in Lucid Beam is the real value.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
But they're able to get a tower at least in response here. Masteros, he's done a decent time of pressuring down to this bottom side, but doesn't have anywhere near as much threat of dying KP against an LC. Although you compare the levels, level 4 Tide Hunter versus a level 8 LC.
Oh, nice time from Fearless. Should be able to stop if they drag him back. No, Fearless. I mean, if he dragged him back, he would have missed the combo. He's gonna miss the kill anyway.
Haste Rune coming in clutch. Picks this one up. Oh. He doesn't keep going, does he?
He's out of mana. Bottle charges. His haste is now expired.
Yep.
He's gonna use the Tidebringer off the illusion as well. Even mid one's gonna show up. Somehow Nia will end up falling afterwards. And now Masteros is looking to get involved. They don't have the X on mid one. They will not be able to try and find that drag back into a potential duel victory. So meanwhile, top tower is actually fallen, and KP is also getting some catch up as well.
It's a long way to come from, though. He's still 3 levels behind his opposing offlaner. And using that time, it's not like the Luna that would be taking this, but Fearless, he's having another good game in that mid lane, being able to take this ancient stack for himself. He's going straight into that Sanj.
Ooh, bounty!
He's getting a little bit too keen. You know, it was a great play with the haste rune to be able to Jackie. Oh no.
Man, look at that rocket barrage damage maxed out. Drop the Eclipse. Shield's gonna hold back the Gyrocopter. Now they won't have the damage to kill off Nia. I think it was mainly just to protect the Luna, but unfortunately it's gonna cost them both their lives.
a rare instance where the supports aren't backing up their cores on Motivate. Just wanting to be able to turn around a lot of these kill responses that are coming through from SMG. Q about nearly reaching his level 6 mark. Same thing with Lion Axe soaking it up in the mid lane. And I mean, when you've got this SMG roster that you know is going to want to run into you very shortly. Dorogi purchases up the tome that's going to hit it around the 10-minute mark. You want that Earth Splitter to be able to turn around in response.
Again, gonna find the kill on Fearless. Fatal Bonds is out on a couple.
Masros is indeed
the fight, and Masros as well is going to get caught out. So SMG grouping up early once again is able to find themselves 2 very, very impactful kills, hopefully leading that into a tier 1 town mid.
Little sloppy coming through from Motivate. You know, they give up. No, the Conquer kill is just a little bit of poor positioning, but Masros, I think, just a little bit too much faith in his team. They've got the siege creep as well, so they're going to continue trying to push in this tower. Have to be cautious though. Mid one doesn't have much on the mana front. Fearless comes back in. Tries to get the torrent off. Not going to be enough, but I believe that's a Witchblade now finished for the Void Spirit. So going to give him some decent scaling as well. Good damage, good amount of control in the early game.
Still trying to see what Nia wants to opt for this game as well. He's going Quid. Okay, so looks like he's in on the magic build, which means Radiant are not going to scale well into the late game. And if you don't keep catching out Jackie's Luna, then this Midas farm is going to skyrocket.
Yeah, got to make sure you're coming online, actually taking a lane of barracks before... Oh, well, see you later, Nia.
Splitter, Finger of Death eventually into the duel. Some plus charges for both the Lion and the Legion Commander.
Cancelling out the TP as well was the Lina. They would have spotted that out as well. So they know that wherever Afu shows, just go to the other side of the map. You'd have a decent time. But yeah, those BKBs now, such a key timing. Every single death on the Gyrocopter feels like, honestly, given the way that he's itemizing, worth about 2 deaths against most other core heroes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Do we feel like Radiant... Yeah, okay. I was going to say, do you want to see them come back mid to keep playing aggressively? Because they have all their ultimates and...
They got to use
Jackie going Midas, yeah.
They're actually making a TP down here.
Mid one's going to miss another Remnant. Great use of the body. Blocks Fearless from being able to retreat through that sliver of the tree line. But now 2 heroes are going to show down bot. Meanwhile, mid, Rock, and with Fatal Bonds, clipping them. But that is now...
Nothing happened.
Golem on cooldown.
Yeah, no Golem, no Bonds for 15 seconds, and Fearless, he's happy to go in and fight. No boat, which is going to hurt a little bit, but I feel like you're A-okay with this one. A lot of reduced kill threat just gives more time for that Midas to come up off cooldown. Using the Golem to scout a little bit here, so they should at least get the tier 1 tower.
Mid one.
He wants to astral step in. You can just see
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Gold for
Astros is... Come here, let me get a jewel.
he's hungry. Sleep onto the Gyro. It's not enough. Not the high priority target right now.
How aggressive he can play. Like, they can't punish him. Radiant, very reactionary with how they start these fights. It's Ravage, Golem. It's kind of the Void Spirit that can really only do it, but without a setup for the Remnant and with how fast the Legion can move, it's very awkward.
Who can they
look
catch
at the
out?
positioning from Q.
Yeah, again.
Oh, that is on point. Anyone might still jump and he will. Kex, not enough. Mastros nearby. But the Dispel will not be able to give Q the distance.
Red +3.
Really doesn't matter though, it feels like, because that is a great pop of the smoke. It means that they weren't able to find Jackie's Luna, who's continuing to get a little bit of farm. Fearless as well on the Conquer is getting closer to his BKBR for the Sunj.
All right, that's exactly what he needs. He needs to be the one soaking up a lot of this early damage coming through. Masros as well. He's going to be able to help the rest of his team with that pipe being built up for himself. Luna, you know, can go a little bit more of this greedy style with the Yasha, with the farming build. So things still looking quite nice for Motivate right now with their scaling potential. And mid one, he's
smoke.
going into the Ags next. I like it.
There you go. This time they don't get the quick start to the fight. Rotation's going to be fast enough. With the ability flying, Gyrocopter's not dead just yet. And they all group up for a 3-man Ravage. Fatal Bonds links them together as well. They'll lose Q, and they will lose their secondary support there. Motivate is unable to have that perfect execution to bring down Nia's Gyrocopter.
Didn't end up popping the finger of death either, and of course no LC being there means that rotation potential is always going to be so much stronger.
Oh, bounty!
Dire's
of the
top tower
dual
is under attack.
Owner, Masteros, having to force to retreat back as they were eyeing him up a little bit there. I do like the Witchblade. Like, I was thinking maybe that might have been a small reason. They were gonna go in, misses it, going into the Echo Saber because it provides that little bit of an extra slow, a tiny bit more teamfight control, but I mean, Witchblade provides that so much better for a Void Spirit in my mind, and it's always going to scale because it's based off of the intelligence that you have for the later game damage.
Ravage on cooldown from KP.
Oh, it's not though.
Very tanky with the hood. See if mid one's able to jump the supports again to a lot of their control and a lot of their burst damage is what a goal of bonds. Again, Ford's gonna get linked. This time, Roji dropping it onto multiple heroes, and they're going to force Motivate further back defensively out of the tower. A buyback will come through for the Lion. It's going to try and offer some burst potential throughout the duel matchups. Unable to get the victory. Even Jackie's going to look to show up as well. But it's only 3 points in the beam and 1 in the eclipse, so the damage is minimal at best.
Even the buyback being used by Q, not able to turn it around with that dual damage victory, so not even getting the scaling from that particular engagement shows so important how important it is for the Kunkka to have that BKB available. I know it's Motivate style to kind of go a bit more aggressive than other teams are expecting. You know, they always want to make sure that they can get on the front foot, say, okay, you know, they're not going to come into us. They don't have their timings yet, but Motivate, without fear, they do it anyway. No, now, though, just because of how that team fight went, underneath a tier 2 tower, they still weren't able to come out the victors. Fearless, he needs this little bit of extra fun. You need to try and create space for him. Are they going to turn around here?
We're saying Fearless needs farm, and it's actually going to need some support help. And he's very difficult to bring down, though. 2400 HP. Got to keep in mind about the effective
Radiant are scanning.
survivability as well with that press attack from Masteros.
Yeah, for sure. When he builds up the pipe as well, that's going to be a big reduction in SMG's damage potential. Of course, from the active, but even just the passive 10% resistance. All of their damage right now is magic. There is very little in terms of physical. So it's a bit of a trade-off. You know, SMG, they want to keep the pressure on. You've got the Ravage available, Fatal Bonds. It's going to be enough to dish out a lot of damage. I'm actually kind of surprised that he's got the 3 points into the upheaval. Haven't seen too many instances of a long channel coming through onto it. Fatal Bonds feels like what they need to be able to dish out the burst, but can't fault too much about how Roger's positioned himself in.
No, you can't. There's been some solid ability use here for the Warlock. I'm hoping to see even better ultimates drop, because either team got some pretty strong combinations if they can use it in the choke point. Like that's the big issue. You can tank up through the burst, then turn with the team fight. That's where Radiant are going to be able to thrive through with the Ravage, with the Rock, you know, cooldown dropped as well. The Dire, they're the ones that need this quick burst. And
it's a long angle.
Syntax though on cooldown. Used to duel early. KP unable to get the hood off, and KP's going to lose his life. Jackie, just that extra level in the beam and the Eclipse solo targeting the Tidehunter. This time will be able to have an effect.
Nice group up together. It's what we were expecting, right? Like we were talking about in the draft. Like you see this much more farm-oriented build, which means that you can't take these earlier team fights. That's why it was so important for him to go the Midas this time around. His team made space for him. And even Masteros actually, is he in trouble here? Has to be careful about his positioning. He's got his supports behind him.
LSA, Laguna Blade, plenty. Great use of the start there from mid one. And he is also getting very close to the items too. 4, 1, and 9. And once they get these Aghanims, that AoE silence is really going to cause a lot of chaos for the supports on the back line, which, again, you see the importance of either team support this game.
Oh, he's not going to drag him up to the high ground, is he? That would have been tilting for that 8th remnant.
Target Brogy or the Void. Use the X and the combo on the Warlock. Use the double Earth Spike, but looks like Q is... Well, when you're not on the high ground with the rest of your team, line you can fall with ease.
That was his dieback timer as well, so he's dead for the next 50 seconds. Still about 400 gold away from that Blink Dagger. It's going to be so huge for the turnaround potential. Allow him to play that little bit further back. You were just talking about the Aghanim Scepter on mid one. He's actually in a bit of trouble on this top side. Even with the Hood of Defiance, he's going to drop down. And he went away from a pipe as well. He's going into the Solar Crest. I don't mind it, particularly because Fearless, he's been able to pick up his BKB. Jackie, he moved away from going the S and Y. He picked up a BKB for himself as well. So essentially the only one that should be in a lot of trouble in terms of their positioning is Lionax, because he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. He doesn't have a BKB for himself until later on we've seen him pick up an Aghanim Scepter even on this this position 5 ET. But everyone else is going to be able to withstand the magic burst provided they can get off their item.
It does feel like it's one of his comfort heroes as well for Lionax. We've seen him have performances in the lower division, and you know, since then, a lot of teams have started to respectfully ban it out.
How close are we to some of these items? It feels like, yeah, Masteros, he's going to go to this top side. A couple of waves coming in. That should be able to finish up his Solar Crest. You can see Q not being the active support that he normally is. He needs this Blink Dagger for himself. Even, like, how often do you see someone like Jackie go past a creep camp that was available to be taken away? It's only 150 gold away, though. You can afford to do this. It's going to provide you with so much more priority. Hell, look, even Fearless on his Kunkka, he made sure that that creep wave, that neutral camp was super low. There was only a couple of right clicks needed to be able to take it down, but can SMG punish before these items come through, especially now that they've got the Aghanim Scepter delivered on mid one?
This dire ward though around mid is giving them so much information. It's just making it really difficult because we've seen. Do you want to start on KP? I don't know, that's difficult to bring down. It's a 3-man silence, but KP will fall. He's got to buy back if he wants to try and look to rejoin the fight here, but the Acro Stomp off to the northern side. Where's the extra follow-up and where's the extra damage? Mid one. He's going to be okay, but it looks like it's a Delta split. As Motivate, they're happy with the pick-off they got. They will, they're going to lose Lionax? They might not if there's no detection. Oh no, mid one's got a gem. He should be able to catch up. There we go.
Still though, very happy with that. Able to take out KP. I believe you got the dual damage from that as well. It was level 12 as well on the LC, so plus 20. Rock used, cooldown used. It did require a couple of BKBs being popped by Motivate, but I still think they're totally cool with that. And importantly, Q wasn't picked off before he was able to pick up that Blink Dagger. So now he's got that available. You've got the Solar Crest. So much more damage potential and turnaround right now from Motivate.
We do see it's quite the neck and neck game here for our second one of the series, but it's... Do we both feel like Motivate heading to the later stages are probably favored?
Yes, quite clearly for mine.
So then it's really going to put SMG on that timer. Like, we've seen how aggressive they've been posturing though, constantly on the enemy's side of the map here, but just haven't... The issue is like, how do you start fights on Radiant? Now you've got a blink on KP, so maybe you can drop a Ravage, but like it's so awkward for you to be able to get a blink in, pick off, and it's allowing Motivate just to not get punished. And well, without a pick off, then Radiant can't take objectives. They're trying now with Roche.
Good positioning from mid one.
A couple of great spot for him. We'll pop the smoke. They're all grouped up as well. If mid one wants to jump, KP can follow up. They've been trying to get in the same position around that northern high ground spot. Roche is about to fall. It's not to the back line. KP little bit of damage as well, but the BKB is going to get popped. No support's going to end up falling, but Mastros is just getting chunked down. Nia with this gyrocopter is now online. Trying to look to reset die. They don't have any buybacks, so they're going to have to give this one up, as SMG's positioning and vision game is going to be allow them to take 3 kills and also take Roshan as well.
Killing spree.
Another bit of a mistake coming out there from Masaros, not using the active on the Hood of Defiance, just to give him that little bit of extra survivability that he needs to get off the second, press the attack in that team fight. He has a full whip as well, so he's incredibly fast when that overwhelming odds buff is available onto him, but ends up getting picked off instead, and you just see, without him, they just can't take a fight. They're still so worried about the fatal bonds. Healers might be getting caught out here. He'll get away.
They had but I still think that kill is pretty difficult.
Yeah. Just TP back here, so it's got to be careful. Actually going for the duel.
He's got the finger of death now, and this is where the Rock's going to be able to come into play with the Eclipse dropped as well. They won't be able to get the duel victory, but it's important that they bring him down the first time. Can they do it a second though? Motivate.
Jackie's
so
slow.
difficult to reset with the upheaval. It's level 4. Jackie, BKB back up. Scotty just completed as well. They're going to blink on forward. They need to try and protect Nia, but he doesn't have help. Oh, the glimmer. Nia back to safety. BKB fearless. He's still hunting. Mid wants disrupting the backline as well. A 1-for-1 trade at the moment. Might be able to catch out Arfu. He'll sidestep the Echo Stomp. Great use of the defensive factors though. Warlock, that Shadow Word, Glimmer Cape, just enough to keep Nia alive.
And even KP just throwing his big beefy body in the way. Takes away the attention. 3 heroes focusing onto him. Allows him to get away on this gyrocopter. And again, the gyro is your scaling potential. He's had to go the BKB a bit earlier on, as opposed to that Acceptor, so the damage isn't quite there. Whew. I mean, things might go a little bit more in your favor once these BKBs are super low on Motivate, right? And it's going to depend on when Rogi actually uses the Fatal Bonds, because it feels like it's going to be Mid-One's job to try and force out a couple of those early BKBs through onto the Kunkka and the Luna, because right now, so much of your damage is reduced just by the single press of a button. You know, that already is removing 2 Fatal Bonds targets, press the attack's going to remove another one. It's rough, and it feels like they're very lacking, even with all these high affected cooldowns. There we go.
Rock. No, cooldown.
That's one good bait, though. It's been used. Down to 6 seconds.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jackie. Own down here.
Jackie?
Why did you?
All right.
That is a mistake we do not see often from Jackie.
And what do you know? Mid-One plays a more active hero. Beyond God, like 10, 1, and 10 right now. It all looks like binary.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We're all motivated now. Don't keep losing some objectives without having the loot. Our mid's gonna end up falling.
There's that scary high ground, though. It's been the bane of their existence 3 times now, SMG, against different opponents. And KP, he doesn't care. He's going to be the one to throw himself in onto the backlines. He's stunned up, and this tower's doing a fair amount of damage as well.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That Aghanim shot from Mastros is going to be really important here for them.
Oh, yeah. Enormous. Even preemptively being able to use it onto a Void Spirit, Aether Remnant combination.
Still holding this a gem from Radiant. I love how early they picked it up. Like, you just saw the vision was so important for Motivate. It always felt like they had tabs on SMG as soon as they were walking outside the base.
Have to wonder how wise it is trying to make a play like this. Motivate, they're very wisely sticking together. They're under their observer ward. It's all smoked up. Mid-One's gonna pop it. They found him.
Okay, protects him. KP is gonna try and disrupt the backline with the rock drop as well. Double damage and controlling a up. Jackie with the burst gonna come through with the balloon blade. Jackie's falling low. Will turn. BKB in clinch spot, but he's unable to get any more life still back as Jackie will lose his life. Mastros unable to get in range to be able to protect him. It's a 2-for-1. They might make it a 3-for-1 here from SMG. Motivate still in the area. Pretty low on mid one. They gotta be careful. Mastros is looking to fight. Jules out. Fearless will chunk him down. That extra attack speed, Solar Crest, AC, press the attack is enough to get something out of it.
And Mastros there, it was a good job by mid one to be able to zone him out. If he is there, if he's able to get that press the attack onto Jackie, he lives. He's able to turn around and get a lot of that effectiveness in the team fight. But instead, it's still a decent trade for Motivate. Both teams, I don't want to say they're happy with how the game is going, but a knife's edge at this point.
How's Nia's item progression? Is this the Ags?
It is.
Okay.
I was a little, that's why I was saying, like, do they want to take this team fight right now on SMG? Because he was level 19, he was about 700 gold away from finishing up that Ag Scepter, which might have been, you know, the difference from getting that kill in the end onto the Kunkka before he's able to be saved by Masaros.
Generation. Money
This movement speed going to do him a whole ton of work. Not needing the Rocket Barrage just yet on the Gyrocopter. Just wanting to impact his mobility in a lot of these team fights. Actually timing it well.
Mastros needs to get in range. AKB TP up, but Mastros is being baited.
What? Not the TP.
Pain.
Oh, I don't know about this one.
Should be okay, but it did just cost you your Legion for that.
The extra Lucid Beam mini stun as well on Jackie here, realizing how important it is with, I mean, it's so stupid, 2.5 second cooldown on this. Stunning up for 1.2 seconds, dealing 400 damage. He's even got the Lucid Beam shard, so he's going to be dealing with people in that way.
Seems like it's quite the shard, doesn't it? Where are we rating it? A?
If you have the enchanted quiver, it's S. If it's anything else, it's probably a B+. Like, it's just like 700 burst damage essentially from the backlines, which is kind of crazy.
The lifesteal with it too is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he does have that Paladin sword, so this is going to be very, very important here for the Luna. Just potentially being able to stand her ground.
Guess what?
We see us.
He's got the enchanted quiver.
Oh no.
S tier. I'm telling you.
Oh, no.
You just watch the backlines. I mean, wherever he launches this Lucid Beam, watch how much damage the people take around it.
Felix has got to be careful how he... Yeah. See, and that X baited you into it last time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm intrigued to see if it does live up to the S tier, but he doesn't have any lifesteal now.
You got Masaros. He is your lifesteal essentially. Not lifesteal, but, you know, sustain.
Fearless again. Arthur's not close enough this time. Fearless still going to take a while to get on the high ground, so he's going to have to pump the BKB pretty early. They missed the LSA, actually. Now that was the turn. Rabbit, KP.
Good Rabbit.
All four on the high ground. But T-Tac still on crew. I'm going to keep him by. Jump in still top of the back line with the rock drops as well. Earth's going to follow up, but they've already lost 2. The damage starting to flow in through the tail end of that fight here for Motivate. A 1-for-2 buybacks on all the supports. A lot committed as well, ultimate-wise and item-wise.
And you can commit all of this because they used everything on SMG that time. Rock used, Ravage used, Call Down, no Laguna Blade. You've still got the duel. You've still got your Finger of Death. Let's see what they're able to do with it. Do they go for the instant smoke? I feel like that's definitely the play.
Smoke it up? Oh, minus on cooldown.
You hate to see it.
You really do. Afu? There's no blink on Mastros. We got the X at least.
Ooh, nice mid one.
Again, what a silence. In and out he goes.
Buyback as well.
Laguna might be able to burst down a second. They're lying for 70. They're looking to continue on forward.
Arthur's level 20.
We gotta say Afu. Felix is falling really low. there. The Jewel's gonna block in the Tide Hunter, but there's no damage to dish out on KP. 1-for-1. You see those beams coming to work here. Careful. So much damage right now.
See, he's been using it onto targets that don't actually have anything nearby, so the glaives aren't able to bounce around onto anyone. That's the difference. That's why the Enchanted Quiver isn't having quite as much impact as we've been expecting. Just having that capability to poke and prod as well with that quiver is nice. The extra attack range that you get from it. You've already got such a low cooldown on your Lucent Beam because of the way that you've talented.
Feels like it's kind of the normal talent build now, right? With how nutty the shot is if you can scale.
It depends. Like, I feel like a lot of the times we do see people go the 8 stats, the attack speed. I feel like Lucent Beam mini stun is always going to be good just for that little bit of extra lockdown, but wisely enough as well, we have a Satanic being built up for Jackie. You were talking about before how, you know, by getting rid of that Paladin sword, he's kind of left himself in the dust a little bit here, but he's going to start building up. Already picking up the Reaver, of course, comboing together with the S and Y is going to make it incredibly powerful. What's Fearless got coming out? Has he got the Paladin sword? Yeah, I was a little curious as to why he didn't have that at the pass fight. He was still holding on to the Elven Tunic, but with that Tide Hunter dealing out so much damage, he's going to be able to, you know, put himself back to a fairly decent amount of HP if they get the turn around here. Scout out that Roche is up. You know where this is where the next fight needs to happen.
They will lead.
One, 2. Oh, they got him!
They get caught! Ghost on B1, brought down! He's got a buyback, instantly gonna use it. Let's see if Motivate want to stick around for more. The gem down on the deck, KP. The gold falls, the big is on Kuda. They need the protection of the press.
Oh, the press!
Coming from Astros. Jackie's gonna be able to reset here. A buyback's gonna fall up as well. Jackie, can he stand his ground? Laguna played out. One follow-up stun with the LSA, and Jackie, he's unable to tank through the damage. They'll find a big kill on the Runa, and he's brought out. He does have a buyback now. Fearless might also end up falling as well.
He brought out too.
Motivate. They both don't have buybacks.
Free Roche, easy money. That's all that SMG are needing right now. Mid one, he's not needed at that Roche pit. He's hunting for more. Just shows this insane scaling that the Witchblade's able to, provide you. And that extra 150 ticking damage coming through from that. He's got the Kyron Sand, she's got the Vambrace to provide him with a little bit more, even going into the E-Blade after that. So there's going to be scenarios where you can just use the E-Blade, not kill him, and just walk away.
You got the
Action. KP's holding on to it.
Dire's middle tower is under
Give them
attack.
some siege. That is what they're lacking. I like it. I like it a lot, actually.
Okay, never mind.
I feel like it's good on KP. Warlock is amazing as well, but
Dire's middle tower.
they need some way to siege, especially now that they know effectively that there's not going to be anyone buying back to this. Like the tower hits it for nothing. Minus 103 damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just a pea shooter right now.
Dire's middle
He's got
tower
Orb of Destruction
has
as well on KP.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Looks like it'll be at least the melee mid one. Gonna jump and force some reactions.
Dire's middle barracks.
They've finally taken some racks when they go onto the high ground. All it needs is 2 cores to be dead. So they're learning. This is good.
3 games in a row, maybe? Question mark? That would be so demoralizing heading into playoffs if you just threw 3 leads in a row.
Thank you. All right, level 25 on Nia as well. Those multiple charges onto the homing missile might force out a few not so ideal press the attacks coming through from Masaros.
Regeneration.
What's KP got here? Just the casual plate
Dire's
mail
bottom
sitting in his
tower
quick
is
buy.
under attack.
Shh, what do we feel like this is more like gonna
Dire's
be?
bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, the Lotus is going to be real nice again. The lockdown that might be coming from the likes of the Lion. Lion Axe has been on point again, though. The amount of clutch echo stops that he's been able to get off has been amazing.
middle tower has fallen.
Nia has done quite the job to be able to scale right now. Back-to-back games, the position 2 on SMG been looking dominant. See if they can bring him down to one. We'll see if they can bring him down the second time even as well. It's a tall order. But they'll try with Eclipse.
Wind Waker.
Protected for the Wind Waker. Already got that picked up. So KP, find the connection, Kraken Shell, instantly getting rid of it. There's now a lot of abilities forced out. Jackie's going to try and turn, but the press attack to BKB popped as well. The games are going to work here with the Glaives too. They'll find the Gyrocopter alive, and now they need to try and counter-initiate. KP still got the Ravage. Can they force out anything big here? KP really far on the front line. That's like just shy of the Echo Stomp. Nia still fighting shape at the moment. Where's that counter initiation? So waiting for the Ravage, and yeah, 2-4 sets now claimed. SMG, all they lose is the Ages there.
And Jack, he would have been hating that. He was about 50 XP away from hitting up onto his level 25. Would have given him the confidence that they needed to try and take that fight. And now, too late. Going in the way of SMG. Lifesteal talent as well. I mean, it's good. It's already very good combined together with the SNY. We'll have that passive lifesteal coming through.
Jackie. BKB's on cooldown. And Mastros is a bit away. Doesn't have blink. And they're bursting. Mastros needs to get there. No! They've lost Jackie. They've lost Mastros too. This time, it doesn't look like SMG are going to throw their lead. 2 down, no buybacks, make it a third. Triple for Nia, the double damage. They should rip through the buildings here. What a scaling potential on the Gyro. He turned up in this game. See what they can do. I mean, ET to delay is incredibly strong. You won't have Legion buyback for 2 minutes 50. You're not going to have the Luna as well. BKB pop, but it doesn't matter. The G's are called SMG. They're able to take their last game before the playoffs here, giving them a little bit of momentum to head into the lower bracket.
Once again, they give Nia the reins, and he takes it and makes a lot happen. A lot of that credit has to be given over to mid one, though.
5 seconds remaining. Ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Ancient apparition.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Grim.
Radiant team pick.
Brood mother.
Ten
Okay.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Later stages of the groups.
Radiant team ban.
Mars.
Then again, you see the draft? Why?
Brood Mama?
10
Yes,
seconds
why?
remaining.
I was so happy.
Let me see when it was picked.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, so good ability to be able to respond to it. At least they don't, like, crush it in the draft, you know, like we've seen other people do. They just have a lot of mobility, have a lot of, times to be able to just spot out the Broodmother, whether it be with a Spirit Breaker or whatever else you've got. So Mars, it does an alright job, of course, with the God's Rebuke of quickly clearing it up. And, you know, the Spear just being something that you can toss into that fog. Get a lucky tree skewer. Can be nice, but I mean, it hasn't been mega counted out, though. That's the difference. So, Omega, let's see what they're going to go for. It's all about, it seems, the mobility
remaining.
for the laning stage. Getting rid of the PA. Wouldn't
5
surprise me to see the
seconds
Ricky removed from the pool as well by Omega. And what else? Do you reckon SB would be a bit greedy? Like, not greedy, but like, you've already got your position 5, most likely, on Boom side.
Yeah, I think we...
Dire team
I don't know
ban.
how much you feel about having an SB AA, because I feel like if you don't get Ice Blast, then the damage is a bit lackluster. I mean, I did really like it when it was played versus the Broodmother, though. Like,
Yeah.
I was a huge fan of how they were able to play with that, but
10 seconds remaining.
they might just go for more of a conventional
5 seconds
hero that
remaining.
can play with the Mars in the lane.
It's not bad. Like, it's still
Radiant
not bad.
team
Yeah,
ban.
it's...
You can use it to be able to just go on
Dire
into a
team
team
ban.
fight. It means Mars doesn't need to itemize into a blink super early. Now you can just use the SB for that level of initiation. Right now, they don't have any instant lockdown. Like, it's going to be the Grimstroke Inkswell, but you're not going to be able to get that off in time. And you could combo together with the Ice Blast to pick off almost anyone on the map. So it could be nice
10
for them.
seconds remaining.
But they're just opting to get rid of the things that will
Dire
clear
team pick.
the Broodmother spiders for now. Getting rid of the Magnus. Tidehunter's still in the pool, but they're thinking, well, Mars is here, they're probably not going to pick it, but we've seen plenty of times Makoto play Mars in the mid lane, leave it open for FBZ if he wanted to go Tidehunter.
Radiant team.
Yeah, this is a nice thing about having a position too that can kind of flex the Mars. I do like that answer a lot. We've seen teams have been really reliant on getting this quick burst with the AA, and that's something that Mars also relies on. Spear, comboed in the arena, if you're able to get the snowball, it mitigates a lot of that damage.
10 seconds
And
remaining.
you can look to turn afterwards. And plus, that's a pretty scary lane too. Tusk Brood.
5 seconds
With the tag
remaining.
team, of course, the spiders aren't going to amplify it, but at least they're slow. They're definitely going to be heroes that want to right click.
And Shanks has been playing really well, and something else I just noticed, we got Mac playing. It is the full Omega roster as well, so no Ken, no JG. Let's see how they're able to do with all the boys together again.
Yeah, because we saw it was 2 series where they had stand-in.
Maybe 3.
Dire team pick.
Series to end the day. They could come back into it. I mean, the first 2 wins were against Little Gun and Southbuilt, the bottom of the table at the moment. They are going all in onto this burst
10
potential.
seconds remaining.
It's another
5
flex hero that
seconds
they can play
remaining.
with as well, the Tiny. But again, now I feel like the window of opportunity you have for a toss to get that snowball is a lot shorter now, because Tiny can have a crazy burst opportunity if he's really, really far ahead.
And you know, we saw it with Neon playing it with the Tiny paired together with the Magnus, being able to skew someone back under the tower. You can toss into a spear. It's not a bad combination. So Omega's going to need to be quite vigilant about making sure that the lane is up more towards their tower in their favor. Otherwise, you know, there could be some kills that probably shouldn't have happened
Radiant
that end up
team.
going
In
his
the
way.
spirit.
Trusting the quick
We've been
fingers,
seeing-
I think.
Yeah. We've been seeing a lot of the Ember versus Tiny, haven't we? And the matchup seems to be
10
doing
seconds
relatively
remaining.
well.
Yeah, I mean, you max out the Slide of
5
Fist for the laning
seconds remaining.
stage. Tiny has 0 armor, so all the extra bonus hero damage is good. You're going to build into that Orb of Corrosion super early on, so, you know, continue to punish him. Even if it's just stalling him by 1 level, he's kind of forced to go into the Grow as well, instead of an extra point into the Avatos combo. And even, you know, if you've got a Remnant up already, you need to be pixel perfect with the timing of the toss in the Avatos combo to be able to get away. So I think Mac just putting a lot of faith into himself, just saying essentially, look, you can try and initiate onto me with a Mars Spear. If I've got a Remnant, I'm going to live. Same sort of thing with a Tiny.
Radiant
Really
team
taken
back.
a lot of this reserve time away. They're going to go the
Spirit.
Storm Spirit, so good matchup against the Ember Spirit. It does reveal the fact that this is going to be an FBZ Mars in the offlane. So just Dreamer Cell's hero left. What do we got left in the pool for him? PA's removed, Void's removed, PL.
10 seconds remaining.
Is it a Luna game? Is it a Luna
5
game?
seconds remaining.
It's not bad. Bad at all.
I've been a big fan of that Luna so far, Dreamer Soul. My only query is how that lane would fare versus the Brood.
Dire team back.
Sure, but if you've got the... Well, I suppose you're not really having anything bouncing around because you get the spiders at level 6 now, but... Maybe just not putting too much of an emphasis onto the lanes, just trying to
10 seconds.
get the
remaining.
jungle controlled up, to get the stacks
5
starting to
seconds
build,
remaining.
and just trying to come online, you know, when the Broodmother's going to be starting to hit her key
Radiant team
timings around
back.
that level 8 or so. Play.
I like the Sven ban, actually.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been really nice. stun with the AA lane, cleave for the brood, so you can even still play there as the game goes on.
10 seconds remaining.
Could they play a Ricky?
5 seconds remaining.
Dreamer Cell's done it plenty of
Dire
times.
team
It's one of his best heroes in my eyes. It's going to be nice to be able to get away from the Broodmother when he's trying to trade with that insatiable hunger. Tusk as well, melee hero, so provided AA isn't out of position, you're not going to have a huge amount of kill threat. And then of course later on you're also just going to be able to use the sleep dart onto the Tusk, take him out with a lot of that saving potential that he might have.
5 seconds
Hell, you can even
remaining.
just sleep dart into a toss, into a spear, right? And it gives you a decent amount of setup. I don't mind it. Also, the Diffusal Blade's going to be pretty nice against an Ember Spirit. Maybe force him to go into that Yule Scepter to provide a bit more survivability, force the supports to go into a 4-staff when they might be wanting to go, you know, Solar Crest or something along those lines. Grimstroke really wants to get like an Aether Lens, not a force.
Radiant team pick.
I'm just thinking about the sustain right now. I'd go the Ricky.
Yeah, I'm
Dire
trying to see
team pick.
if that's not the case what is
Anti-mage.
left.
It's got mobility.
That seems
Is
like
it
a
going to
really
be able
weak
to do
lane.
enough? It is a weak lane, and is it going to be able to do enough when there's Brood, Tusk, and Ember Spirit, and hell, even the Grimstrike? They're all pretty early game heroes.
10
So
seconds remaining.
when you're an anti-mage that's coming online at around the 18-20 minute mark,
5 seconds remaining.
have you lost all of your outer towers is the question for mine. Safe lane cause good against the anti-mage.
How does the spec matchup feel?
It's okay. It's not amazing though, and it kind of goes away from that aggressive timing that you want.
They could actually Ricky themselves. Grimstroke lane's really good. The Mars off lane, like you do really well versus. You don't care about the bulwark because you got the backstab. You get out of the arena. Cloud for the Storm, Cloud for the AM, Diffusal Blade builder, can play a little early. It's not a big win condition. Like scaling late game, I'd probably favor AM.
Yeah.
But it looks really, really good.
I mean, they don't want to let it get to the late game. You know, you've got a Broodmother. If the game's not done by 30 minutes, Boom should have this, but...
Then you are all in on your Brood hitting towers if you do go for something like a Ricky though. So
Drow Ranger.
they're
Choose
gonna
your
Drow.
hero.
I thought about Drow.
I
but
did
like
too. It's against
there
the
are
Storm.
so many counters.
Yeah.
Like Mars is, seen China a while ago didn't hate the matchup. Like Mars was always picked into the Drow, but you blink drop arena. If Drow's got BKB Hurricane Pike, then Mars just dies in a fight. Now that's 2 items and it takes you a while to get there. So arena destroys you, Tiny's gonna blink burst you, Storm's got mobility, and then an AM as well. But the Drow can push early. That is the one nice thing.
You can, and also the additional bonus to be able to give an over to something like the Broodmother as well is going to be nice. It's meaning that it's going to be a 5 Tusk as well. Obviously, that Drow Grimstroke lane would have been pretty horrible if they opted to go for that. So instead, just getting a bit more aggressive. It's a ton of slows as well, and you know, now you've given yourself a good amount of kill potential in that lane. I still think, you know, the Broodmother probably not going to be able to get super active in the kill front. It's just more about being an anti-carry. You know, we've seen in past patches, you know, it's the likes of a Razor or an OD that might have been played in that position 3 role. Now it kind of feels a little bit like that Broodmother. You know, you stop the enemy's farm, which is going to be pretty important against this anti-mage, which, like you highlighted, is very weak together with the AA. And then, you know, you just transition that into utility, providing auras to the rest of your team, allowing the Drow to be playing under a little bit more safety, and well, hopefully doing a good job at taking towers as well. So I want to ask you, what do you think? Who do you think is going to be able to pull this one out? Do you have faith in the Broodmother, or do you feel like the catch potential for the Drow Ranger is way too high?
I feel like they need a really good performance from Mac, and he's not in a winning matchup. And I feel like that's why I'm going to go Boom. Because I think that Omega going to need to make a lot of space this game. and that comes from your mid lane because Sam H is like a vortex. It's really difficult for you to fight early on into pipe. Like the team you have to fight with the Brood, and it means it really limits you to how you can take engagements on the map. Whereas Boom, they've got a lot more opportunities on where they can take these fights. So I'm worried about the anti-mage lane. I think he's going to have a really rough time versus the Brood and the Grimstroke, but I think the X factor is for Dai to actually be able to enable the Drow. You're going to need a really farm Brood, which do you feel like he could go Orchid, or is this 100% an Aura build? Because I'm like 50-50. Orchid is great versus the AM and Storm, but I feel like they need to group up early from Omega, so I'm not certain.
Well, they're already going to have the Gust, right? So that's going to be nice if they ever do come into a fight. I just want to ask you another question.
Yeah.
Which of these safe lane cores do you hate more this game? The Drow or the Anti-Mage? Like, in terms of how effective it's actually going to be for the state of the game. Because I feel like they're kind of non-factors for mine. But they both... Anti-Mage sucks in the laning stage this game, and Drow sucks when the team fights start to break out and you've got a couple of items on Boom.
Look, it doesn't seem like it's a greatest AM game, does it? Like, you're not versus very many mage heroes. It's not an easy lane, which is always your weakness. Like, this hero it's not the strongest laner at all, and you take a long time to come online. When you do come online though, you're gonna have Manta, so that you get rid of change, you get rid of the silence from the Drow. The only way they really kill him is like Soulbind, Horus Punch, and if the Drow is really farmed. So
yeah.
But then for the Drow, like, how do you play this game? You're gonna have double blink. Well, you're gonna have 3 blinks if you're including the anti-mage. Storm is gonna have a good lane, and we've seen Mikoto. Like, Mikoto carries Storm in. Yeah, it's scary, and he's in a winning lane, and it's a good Storm game too. So I think you have to bank on Mikoto Storm.
You do. You know, you said just as much as you are feeling it's going to need to be the Mac Ember Spirit. Still, Makoto, like you said, winning lane, he needs to have a good game. Like, everything is in position for him to have a good game, for him to carry his lineup, essentially, and allow the space for Dreamer Cell to be able to come online with those first few items. So if he doesn't, if they're somehow able to shut down the Makoto Storm Spirit, you've got the rotation coming through from the CML Tusk, potentially, and you're leaving the Drow alone, so it's kind of iffy in that regard, but I kind of feel like you have to make it happen. Before Makoto reaches level 6, there's going to need to be at least 1, maybe 2 rotations towards that mid lane to try and prevent the snowballing nature of this Makoto Storm.
Maybe if you're able to pull the Tiny out of that lane with FBZ, then Drow can solo. But once FBZ hits level 6, then the kill threat starts to ramp up. So yeah, we could see Omega come through with a duo rotation in their support, because Brood is also not going to be pressured in his lane, so he can kind of be left alone for a little while. So, you know, maybe you make a rotation around one of the rune timings, see if you can pick off the Storm Spirit. It's probably going to have to be the 4-minute timing there with the rune, because that's when Sam H should be okay, and that's also about 1.5 minutes away from the Mars 6 timing. So you can do that, shut down Makoto. Do you feel like Dai can also try and infiltrate the jungle? Because that's where we really see Storm Spirit thrive.
Sure. I mean, maybe once the Broodmother has his level 6, he's just going to be occasionally sending Spiderlings off into the jungle, trying to scout out any of these stacks that might be built up and allow them the information to make those smoke plays. One other thing that I don't think we've even touched on is, I know, you know, you talked about the arena and just being able to walk away from it eventually when you've got the BKB, but regardless, you've picked a Drow into a Mars, right? Like, just having the arena up nerfs your damage so much. Let's not talk about your survivability, but your damage is just completely ruined if you're able to, you know, cut off everyone else from the team. If you're able to catch Drow on the outside, everyone else in, you're pretty happy with that still.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of their damage as well, it feels like, from Omega. So you're going to come into play. Like, how even do you think this draft is?
I would have felt so much more confident with a Riki compared to an anti-mage.
Yeah, same.
But I have faith in Makoto. I think he can do it. I think the rotation potential as well from Hyde is probably a bit stronger. Like, just as much as I've been talking about having to rotate the Tusk, for example, to be able to shut down the Storm Spirit, same thing is going to be said of this Tiny. And, you know, you're the position 4. You actually can make that rotation. You can leave a Mars and feel somewhat confident. You can't leave a Drow Ranger. Like, she will die if you just leave her solo for too long.
And you do have a lot of stuns early as well. Like, the 3 heroes that will get active is going to be Storm, Mars, Tiny. Yeah, maybe you can, if Ember's had a bad lane, he's going to be farming the jungle. FBZ might be able to make a maneuver. And I guess another thing is like this Ice Blast. How many pickoffs can Radiant get? Because if you could get some clutch pickoffs, your global potential is going to be through the roof, and that could just continue to delay the Ember's timing. But, you know, another thing is that this is finally Omega back with their full roster. You said that they went 4-0 on day 1 with Mac with the boys. That was against Southfield and Lil Gun. You know, so far they've been looking honestly pretty solid with JG and Ken standing in, but I think it's going to be nice for them to have Mac back in the lineup. They do have 2 series, another one later tonight to outround the group stages versus Galaxy Racer, so they're able.
They can't... Boom is locked in to the upper bracket, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're locked. Because... yes. Yeah, yes, no, maybe. I think you might be able to get a 3-way tie, actually, for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. If Omega 2-0s Boom, and then Galaxy Racer and Omega 1-1, then it's going to be a 3-way tie. So I think Omega at least are going to want 1 win out of this series, because then their fate's in their hands. If they're able to 2-0 Galaxy Racer, they take their spot in that upper bracket, which is going to be really important. I mean, just being in that upper bracket on its own secures you at least 5th, 6th. You're not going to... some of these teams. Not sure what's going on with the problems. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen with when this timer reaches down to 0. We're less than 3 minutes now. PC's got problems according to CML. You wouldn't know anything about PC problems, would you?
Well, why are you saying that? I don't know.
I mean, there's delays on my on my camera.
But why are you're not supposed to say it?
Anyway, the chat can see it. Anyway, while we've got this timing, do you want to do another tier list? What do you reckon?
Which one are we feeling? Well, we said one before, but I forgot it. We were gonna do, like, we did the fruit. No, we were gonna do. We did the fruit one, and then we were saying, we're like, oh, let's do that next time. But I can't remember, and this is where, like, you're supposed to... They are. Oh my, they are. Is it? Wait, all right, Chips. Let's do Chips. Chips kind of bang him. What do we sign him with? We sign him with S tier. Are we doing, like, what brand? Does it matter? Okay.
Mau kemana bos?
screen.
Mau kemana bos? Mau kemana bos?
Yep. Wait, is it? Wait, hang on. It's only an Aussie thing? Wow. Wait, so what did you say? Pizza shapes is better than barbecue? Yeah.
Mau kemana bos? Mau kemana bos?
Honestly, the spicy nacho and nacho cheese are pretty goddamn good for the Doritos. Just okay, if you have nachos though, will you get original Doritos with them, or will you go for like a little bit of flavoring on them, like nacho cheese, maybe a triple cheese, whatever the other ones are?
Fight me! Well, look at that.
I feel like we're getting down to the real nitty gritty. Like I'm quite the picky man. Like avocado is a bit of a miss. I'm burning. I hate salt and vinegar. Like despise the smell. It reeks. Yeah.
Disappointing.
I know, like it's yeah, I know. Like, oh my lord, but I can't do it. It's just
We're gonna remake because maybe one of the players can't connect. The why comes out from height as to why we're looking to remake. Yeah, he can't reconnect.
all right. Well,
And as well, you know what else? There is a chip flavor that I hate. it seems so silly to me. It's so important that they win every single one of these games, or at least give themselves a chance to on Omega. So I don't know. Anyway, are we going like? I feel like there's so many flavors of ice cream that you can just make something up, and it'd probably be a flavor somewhere. So we want to go uber basic, or like what are we doing here?
Yeah, I'd say uber basic. I feel like you can't be like some pistachio peanut butter rainbow combo,
Riddle. Yeah.
right? So
I
like,
mean, pistachio is a nice ice cream on its own.
it's not bad, yeah.
I mean, chocolate's number one, always, for me. Easily.
What?
Not even close. Chocolate and peanut butter, actually. Get that combo together. Bit of that salt, bit of that sweet. Chocolate and vanilla, chocolate and coconut, chocolate and just nuts in general. I love it.
Hang on, are we sure we're like happy with the chocolate being one? I don't know if I'm happy with. What about cookies and cream? What about?
No.
What?
It's a solid high
It's
tier.
just so. Oh god.
I said high tier. You'll be lucky to get that. I am the cream god, alright? And you will listen to my judgment. Oreo flavor's good.
Oreo's good.
Strawberry feels like it needs to be a sorbet as opposed to an ice cream, you know? Whenever I go to the local Pita Pipo here in Melbourne, banana milk, absolutely delicious. I'm normally not a favor of like, because it's like actual bananas, it's not like yellow flavored ice cream, you know?
Actual bananas using the ice cream. That'd be pretty nice, actually. Although, like, interesting.
All right. So after all of that hard work with analyzing draft number 1 about why we hated both of the cores, we get a do-over. And this time around, the Brewmon's gone. So we're not even going to have to worry about the Brew. All right. Boom. One game up.
Do you remember the last draft?
Oh, God. You're putting me on the spot here. AA, Anti-Mage.
Well, actually, I might. Oh, goddamn. Dota.
Alright, AA, Anti-Mage,
Dire team
Mars,
Radiant team
Tusk,
pick.
and Ember Spirit. It was Booms? Or, no. It was one of the teams.
Trying to think now. Trying to remember if it was.
Team
My
Dire
brain's fried. Not enough sleep. Too busy day. Alright, at least we're back. We're back, ready to go. Our game 2's draft, because Boom have a map 1 forfeit victory. So if anyone is unaware, it is an advantage here for the boys on Boom. And it's so wonky what's going on, but we've got the full roster battling out, so there will not be a stand-in coming into play. And now with the draft, let's tackle analyze another draft here, another
10 seconds
just
remaining.
better opener. It seems like AA Wraith King, Lion Centaur, really
5 seconds remaining.
nothing special about this one.
It's easy to execute, that's all it is. You know, if you make the enemy team panic, they can't do what they drafted for, so why not just make it super simple? Way to go. There's not much you can do to talk about it. I feel like at this point we've repeated ourselves about 50 times about why these things are strong, but it's just super easy setups. It's the early ganks, which, you know, you're trying to win the regen battle. It's cool that they're actually laning into each other, so it's going to come a bit more down to personal skill other than just, you know, having an insane toolkit to be able to go for early kills and harass. But, yeah, we'll see how things go. Like, let's call this even. One lane is even so far between Red King AA and Lion Centaur.
5 seconds remaining.
I've been very disappointed with how a lot of the Wraith King AA lanes have been looking as well. Like, I thought that lane would be a lot stronger from these teams that have played it, but we just haven't seen many
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team Dire team ban.
Really good. All right. So after all of that hard work with analyzing draft number 1 about why we hated both of the cores, we get a do-over. And this time around, the Brood Mother's gone. So we're not even going to have to worry about the Brood. All right. Boom. 1 game up.
Dire team pick.
Oh, God. You put me on the spot here. AA, anti-mage.
Actually, I might... Oh, god damn.
Alright, AA, anti-mage.
Dire team pick.
Mars,
Liar.
Radiant team pick.
Tusk, and Ember Spirit. Spoons? Or no? It was one of the teams.
Trying to think now.
Radiant
I can't remember if it
team
was.
Dire team.
My brain's fried. Not enough sleep. Not enough sleep. Too busy day. Alright, at least we're back. We're back, ready to go. Our game 2's draft, because Boom have a map 1 group, so if anyone is
Radiant team ban.
an advantage. What's going on, but we've got the full roster battling out, so there will not be a stand-in coming into play. And now with the draft, let's tackle analyze another draft here.
10 seconds remaining.
Just better opener, it seems like. AA Wraith King, Lion Centaur.
5 seconds
really
remaining.
nothing special about this one.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I've been very disappointed with how a lot of the Wraith King AA lanes have been looking as well. Like, I thought that lane would be a lot stronger from these teams that have played it, but we just haven't seen many kills at all, which I've been honestly really shocked by.
Yeah, it's... You always want to see more kills from that regard, right? And you've got the AA. I feel like the Storm Spirit on Makoto was perfect to combo together with it. Are they going to be able to let it through again? Maybe not so much. They've already banned out the Ember Spirit for themselves, realizing that Maki is so good on the hero. What else can they use to really take advantage of this AA? I really liked their combination together with the Tiny as well, right? Because
Dire team ban.
it's so much burst damage that you have, not just with the Avatos combo, you've also got the Ice Vortex for the increased magic damage. It's a very simple way to set up for an Ice Blast. Basically, anyone that you want in the game dies, and you've already got the Wraith King on your side anyway, so, you know, the enemy team's not going to be able to pick a core that's able to withstand all of that. Maybe an Ursa, if you get off the Enrage before it starts, but that's about it.
Do we want to see Omega still prioritize a defensive support? Because we were highlighting the toss factor against the Ancient Apparition in last game's draft, and how important it is to get that defensive hero into the midst of it and kind of disjoint the quick burst potential.
Yeah, but they don't have the same level of burst just yet, right? They've gotten rid of the Mars. Tiny's still in the pool, sure, but it's with a Wraith King this time, where you're not quite as worried about that save potential.
Remaining.
So I feel like it's... I mean, Tusk is always good. Always, in my mind.
remaining.
And it also, again, just gives you more setup to be able to land a guaranteed Ice Blast every single time, at least until you've got a 4-star on one of the heroes that's not being caught out.
Radiant
But
team
punch
pick.
into the air,
Storm
very simple.
Spirit.
And they're actually going to take the Storm Spirit kind of preemptively here on Omega's side. What am I thinking? Death Prophet into this. Not horrible.
10 seconds remaining.
Stampede's a bit annoying.
Yeah,
I feel
is.
like you're gonna have to
5
then
seconds
prioritize like the Mars. But Mars is banned.
Puck. Let's go Puck. Oh, it's a lion. We see the second Dark Willow, or third maybe, of the Pro Series. It's annoying as a Storm Spirit. It's annoying as a Centaur.
Dire team.
Gives you that little bit of extra terrorize to guarantee the Ice Blast. They're gonna go Earth Spirit instead, though.
Okay, I don't mind that at all. I was thinking Earth Spirit or Rubik. I actually might have rather the Rubik just because the Centaur. We saw
10 seconds
last time the
remaining.
Rubik against Centaur matchup.
Radiant team.
It felt like he literally stole Stampede 90% of the time.
As well,
and-
if you're opting to go for that Blink Dagger, right, you can often
Yep.
bait it out. You just, get that quick cast ready,
Radiant
have your
team
cursor
back.
over the hero. They're gonna go the Puck anyway. I mean,
I
it's not bad, but you got to be on point with your
Back.
positioning.
I couldn't really come up with any other mid laners that would have done the job they were needing for the Puck this game. Even though you're against the Lion, like it felt like they needed some lockdown in a lane they can even
Radiant
gank
team
to.
back.
Trying to think of other twos.
Dire team back.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
Well, we're looking for FBZ's hero in the off lane. No DK, no Mars, Doom, no Tides. A lot of heroes behind.
Show is. What else have we got? Beastmaster set up onto a Storm Spirit isn't that
10
bad. They don't
seconds
have those
remaining.
defensive capabilities like we've been talking about. Now that you've got the Puck, you
5
can't just
seconds
stampede away
remaining.
either. Gives you a little bit of extra push, especially around a Wraith King. He's gonna make really good use out of the attack speed aura that you can get from the Inner Beast. They don't know the core that it's going into though. That's my only concern. And as well, Snapfire might be able to go Scatterblast instead of the normal little shredder build, just to be able to deal with cores.
Do you value Underlord as a hero?
Against this, it's not bad, right? You've got a lot of good area control. It's a second thing that's going to be able to somewhat deal with the Stampede. Easy-ish lockdown for the Storm Spirit. That was my one big concern, is that, you've got an Earth Spirit for stuns.
Dire
You
team
shouldn't be getting hit by a Wraith King stun just yet. Darkseer was the other option, right? Because you've got... Already, there's a very easy way to get Dream Coils, and then you're just going to be able to increase the damage, or just snap it, right? You run to the wrong side, vacuum out of the Dream Coil.
Anti-mage.
You may now
gonna-
select your hero.
Do you not just anti-mage here? I'm like, what's going on? This is quite the AM game. You are very susceptible early to getting ganked with a roaming Earth Spirit, with a Puck that can get active. And level 6, I think, on both the supports is really, really when we're going to see Tino feel under threat. But it does look like quite the decent AM game. Does it? I don't know. I feel like I've seen Wraith King win this matchup so often now with the Shard.
Yeah.
Like his timing is like... The Radiant's timing over AM is just way too superior.
It is way too superior, and you're going to be taking towers as well to be able to counter that. And at least they've got the Sam H Centaur. Boss looking set, by the way, on Sam H. Look at that. What even is that?
I don't know. My dude is balling out though.
Lots of kill potential, lots of roaming. I don't know if this is an Ion Shell, sorry, an Ags game on FBZ as well. I don't know if you need it. You've already got a lot of HP on Dreamer Cell. I guess it's nice for Hyde. Makoto's not really going to make full use out of it. That's probably the one instance where you don't want to be in the middle of a team fight, right? You want to be off to the side, zipping in and out with your spells. If you're in there with that Iron Shell trying to do the tick damage, then you're in a position for Shanks, who I would say he has to have been maybe only rivaled by Jokam, but the best performed Lion so far throughout the Pro Series. Just seems like he was hitting 3-4 man earth spikes every single time.
Prepare for battle.
I don't know how. Like, he was actually just balling out constantly on that line, it felt like. But we
have a game.
Finally underway. We do have a game. Apologies as well. The overlay wasn't updated, so I had the lovely mods telling everyone about what the issues were going on if everyone just tuned in, but silly old me not keeping up. God damn.
I mean,
Boom.
How often do you expect a game to be remade because of an issue where they want to play with a stand-in, so they forfeit that, and then they play with the same roster in game 2?
I don't know if I've seen that one before.
Maybe they really didn't value their draft, and they were just like, yeah, no, we lost this one. But anyway, who knows?
Again, like,
Do you even
Crushing
Very-
dreams is kind of my job.
standing wise, boom, they've secured the
30
upper
seconds
bracket,
to
but a
battle.
mega.
Mau kemana,
They
bos?
still are fighting for a place in the upper bracket. So if they
They got to win every
need to
game.
win, yeah, they got to win every game.
Mhm.
Well, there's contention, and we could see head-to-heads, and head-to-heads they should come on top if they beat Galaxy Racer. Then so. Yeah, this is going to end up faring. Probably not going to be a contestation with the bounties, with how all the heroes are set up at the moment. So, how are we feeling about this second game's draft here?
Is Shanks gonna pop off? That's my one point that I'm just looking into over and over again. I feel like if they're able to control this puck, they're gonna have a good time on Omega. But is Makoto gonna let it happen? That's the better question. No defensive supports. The team fight is great on Boom's side. I'll go with Boom.
Let's go, Boom. Am I in on Boom? Question. Don't know.
Actually, I'm wrong. With Omega, they don't need to win every game. They can actually afford to drop this one. Not that they'd want to, but it doesn't matter if they win 1 or 2 series. Sorry. They either need to win 2 series, or it doesn't. 2 games of the next series against Galaxy Racer, or it doesn't matter. If they do that, then they would win the head-to-head against Galaxy Racer. So even though they would be on the same score, I believe that would put them ahead in terms of priority. Whereas, you know, let's say they win this one and they go 1-1 in the next series. That's still going to have Galaxy Racer slightly ahead with 1 game victory superior. Can afford to experiment with some stuff, but just win XD.
Puck out!
It's just easy as that. Just win XD. With the Twitch emote behind it.
I don't want to see any XDs in chat, by the way. I'm very disappointed.
Not a fan of the XDs.
No. 1 more XD and I'm just going to get up and leave.
We outie. Have you done a tier list for Twitch emotes?
I mean, Kappa has to be 1, right?
Dire's bottom
you know
tower
what?
is under attack.
Does it?
It's
Monk
been
is,
lasting for quite a while. Yes, but it's newer. I take into account standing the test of time. But yes, Pepe, we were talking about the power of memes. I rated Doge number 1. Pepe's up there. Pepe is a top 3. Honestly, it might even be 1. I'll be real. It's so versatile.
On your CML top though, first blood.
Oh,
Back. Ooh, CML now high. They'll turn it.
stunned
That
under
is
the
a
towel with that
cute
cookie.
play. Well, that's how you want to start this rematch off. And Mega loving that for them. Pick up first blood. See the other lanes right now. So the puck storm. Why were you feeling so much about the puck this game? Because you did call it out as well, Matt.
Nice kick.
He's in trouble. Kick back, silence Makoto. 2 points in the orb. And that is going to be enough damage to bring down the Storm Spirit. So they'll even up the kill count now with that rotation.
See, that's why. No, because you're going up against the Centaur, of course. It gives you a way to lock him in. With that Dream Coil, the Stampede's not going to be effective at all. They don't have the same level of disengage, especially if you're able to get in onto the anti-mage with that. Now, early on, he doesn't build too much in the form of stats, so you can look to burst him down with the... you got a decent amount of right click coming through from the puck. Mikoto likes to build into the Witchblade, so it's a good amount of damage that you can put in onto that. And then as well, just the silence to follow up onto the Storm Spirit. It's always going to be nice. Very dependent on Shanks' positioning on this line.
This time, they will get CML. They may try the life or the FBZ. Some incredible blocks, and Tino is actually going to be careful. I love this early level vac from FBZ. The value level in it right now, 100 damage. Easy setup for the Earth Spirit roll as well. And it can also kind of help just keep that Iron Shell tick going for a little bit longer.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, we see one of the favorite sons of Southeast Asia, Ice. He's a fan of going vacuum at level 1, just because you can guarantee that 100 damage that you get from it. It's much easier to secure the range creep, for example. There's that easy combination coming through again. Cold feet into stun.
Oh, they blocked in with an Iron Branch. Oh my.
Cheeky.
Dire's
I was trying to look, I'm like, how's he not escaping? But what a branch play.
Let's see that on the front page of Reddit, huh? I'm still salty about that. Anything EU does, oh my god, it's the first time it's ever been done. No. No. Bland as hell.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You're an EU hater, that's what you are.
Not really. I just think
No, I'm joking.
you saw what happened at the major, right? The arrogance came back to bite.
It's too soon. You'd hate. It would be so sad to see a performance like that in the major again.
Nope.
It'd be quiet for them.
Yeah. I don't mind Secret doing well. I don't mind... Who else is ahead? Alliance doing well. It's just got to be teams ahead of T1 and Neon right now. That's what I want to do well.
Southeast Asia represent.
I think the most likely scenario is that we're going to have one Southeast Asia team in the top 12 max. Let's be a little careful here. And then one's going to come through the regional qualifiers. So not the ideal scenario, of course. You want to have as many teams as possible, but I'd say that's the most likely. 2 teams from C and TI. Will they actually catch up with that kit? Great.
Use of the ward in the high ground. Storm, stop, silence. It's about to expire. Max actually looking at a man fight with Shanks moving on over, but he's still going to be careful that he keeps enough mana to be able to get away. Mikoto still on the prowl. Orb on forward. He's got the waiting rift as well, but will not dive deep under the tower.
Are fortified.
A little surprising to me that they let themselves be caught in that position on Omega. They knew that the D-Ward had just happened. You would have seen that there wasn't an ice vortex up there, so they had to have an observer ward up. And, yeah, they just stuck around. Cost them 1. Eventually they're going to get the D-Ward off. Costs them 1 life. I suppose with the trade.
Max got to zip in. They even got the Stampede just to help secure the kill with the Mana Void. Tino, that is a big kill to pick up here for the Anti-Mage. Any little extra bit of gold you can find towards that Battle Fury is incredibly important.
Oh, they found out CML as well. This illusory orb. He's going to have to jump back into the tree. He's gone for a super deep roll in, but the safety of that tower, spoon back off. You had to check in the chat lately?
Of which? Of the CMO? Oh no, why? What's going on?
All these are coming out. I'm farming chat for reactions. I'm making sure you're engaged. It was a plan all along. You've been baited. They're actually going to be able to steal away this camp. So really nicely done. Good movement from Boom.
The fatty.
We don't body shame heroes, alright? I know you were talking about Lion's flabby man titties, and you know, it may have been a reference to me, but I like that one that much. Dream Claw's available.
I don't like CML too much either. This early aggression that is coming through from Boom mid is very, very exciting to watch.
I'm safe. I'm on the high ground, boys.
Here I am. This is wooden pop. I mean, take a look at Radiant's lineup though. Like the ways they can take towers is very lackluster. but you've got a Dreamer Cell Wraith King already with a Midas. So he's going to flash farm. He's second in net worth. The fact that your Makoto Puck as well is incredibly farmed. 201, 71 last hits. He's got that Witchblade, and now they're thinking about making a smoke maneuver to the top side where they do see Mac farming under an Observe Ward. This might be a bit difficult, but they do have FBZ coming over.
Well, I don't need it. Quickly incoming, even to drop that.
Backing out as well.
Oh,
Just gonna break instead.
Well, you can't be doing that, Mac.
Playing a bit too fast right now for the Storm. He had an okay lane, but those rotations early, they took those stacks away like we saw, and it's really shutting down the Storm Spirit at the moment with how fast Boom are playing.
And you knew where they were going to be, right? Having taken away those stacks, you know, well, where is he going to be if he's not showing on in lane? You know, he's posturing a little bit around Makoto here, but gonna be constantly trying to harass out this anti-mage. He's farming under the tower for now. And trying to bait out some TP rotations, which we get from the Storm Spirit. Will it cost FBZ his life? Can they get a turnaround?
Gold feet. He's gonna run back in on Tino. Mana Void Makoto's not there just yet. Stampede. Gonna still try and pursue on forward for the Puck.
Nice.
Enough mana for Mac to claim that kill. That is a big one for the Storm to find. 345 gold to his name. Hyde's got level 6. Silence. Only clips Mac. Not a long duration, and
Shanks has level 7.
Scratching his head now after that.
I do like the 2 points in the mana drain as well. You take away a lot of the Puck's effectiveness in these team fights. It hasn't yet got to the point where the Wraith King's joining in, but of course it's going to be good against him as well. So yeah, just doubling that amount of slow. Oh, FBZ. Good timing as well. Oh, rare miss coming through from Shanks there.
Drop on the wall too. Okay. Well, FBZ is going to be able to keep his life. He will have to go get a refill up of the resources.
Dire's middle tower is under
They're
attack.
still looking to try and hide this Iron Shell that is maxed out right now. We're definitely able to see the damage. Are you a fan of the Midas on the Wraith King? Because it's going to slow down that Radiance, and I thought like a faster Radiance timing before the AM coming online was really important, but it looks like they can feel they can
Radiant's
win in the
middle
late game.
tower is under attack.
I think so. I think you're perfectly on point with that one. I'm actually super surprised at how low this mid-tier 1 tower's already gotten. Centaur has been caught out here. He ends up snapping the coil so he can have the Stampede to run away if he wants.
MH can already hood Vanguard, so you see that tankiness of a Centaur coming into play very early on. This is something that
Turnaround?
we've seen him do previously on the Centaur. Just be this bodyguard around mid, make it so difficult for them to put any pressure on.
Radiant are scanning.
No Dream Coil. You know Wall of Replica was used towards the top side, so smoke being used towards this bottom side of the map. It did use the Mortimer's Kisses though, so they're baiting a rotation to come through here. Nice use of the Static Remnant for a little bit of vision. So they're going to be able to catch out. It's just the AA.
Look the jump. Storm's going to be careful. He gets crowd controlled right now. Cookie, a little bit of distance. Stampede's going to allow them to close the distance on a secondary support target. SamH has put himself in a very peculiar spot now, committing in forward. So it's a 2-for-1, losing your Centaur for both supports on Boom.
Is under attack.
But the AM is getting farm, and is also pretty close to the Battle Fury. Has he got the Void Stone on the Courier? No.
Dire's top tower.
Not
To get
quite yet.
solo killed.
Yeah, the lingering parts of that DD rune. Very nice movements coming through there, and the team letting Makoto know about it as well. With that Witchblade, of course, makes it so hard to be able to run away. I love how Makoto's playing around this line. You know, he trusts his abilities to be able to, you know, get away from any more obvious gank attempts. But when he had the DD just freshly popped, they, you know, made a turnaround from that team fight. He didn't go up onto these stairs just to the right of Kescute here in the mid lane because he knew they were just hanging around there. He was right in assuming they had vision with this Observer Ward. So instead, goes for the easier target, tries to catch out the AM, and succeeds.
Who do you feel like is happier right now with the status quo of this game?
I would say Boom. You know, the Dreamer Cell hasn't been part of the fights just as much as the Anti-Mage. He's ahead by a good 1,400 gold. He's got the Midas, so he's going to scale faster. He's already like a level and a half ahead. And that's barely with any items. You know, he's getting close to that Radiance. And again, we keep talking about it. You know, you might have this battle period a pretty good timing on Tino. But what are you going to do with it? You're going to push out lanes. You're going to run the risk of being caught out again because you need to be in the lanes showing yourself. Meanwhile, the Wraith King's happy to just come along to these team fights, start pushing down these towers. He's level 12 now. Obviously not wanting to join just yet, but still, you can just do so much more on the map as this Wraith King. Even, like, you've got the Darkseer, right? You don't need movement enhancing spells. The Surge is going to be just enough.
Yeah, it's going to make it really difficult now for the supports to play these fights. Just surge up Dreamer Cell, hunt the backline. You've already got an Earth Spirit to do that. A Puck can even fulfill that role. So you're really going to have to be on point with your positioning at the moment in this game here from Omega. But we are getting relatively close. Is actually Battle Fury completed for the Anti-Mage.
Yeah, Blast connects onto Shanks.
Dire's
Gonna stay behind the tower, but I mean, he's at the bottom of all of the cores, but FBZ still having a pretty decent timing on this Ag Scepter. You know, he's only about 1,500 or so gold away. He's gonna buff up the Puck, buff up the Wraith King, buff up the Earth Spirit. Doesn't matter. Probably the least likely to have it is that Wraith King. He's already beefing up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Relic complete.
I need some help for this mid defense here. They're pinging out Sam H. It's not easy to bring down. But they're going to attempt. They missed the initial roll. That's done off the mark. Try and turn their attention to the objective, but it's now Glyph forced out, so P1 should fall nonetheless, and Centaur gets the deny. So, hey, more gold for the Anti-Mage.
It's going to be nice for him. Finished up the power treads now as well. They're pinging out FBZ. They know that they can't continue to let him get closer and closer to this Aghanim Scepter. It's going to mean that the burst that Omega have, much harder to be able to bring him down with that extra 300 health that the Iron Shell can provide.
They're going to show here soon. Tino.
Debate.
Careful. She's placing forward, but the backup is here. Coil drop now, but
oh, the stun!
Great Ravage! Earth Spike on 3. They've still got the back control. The Stampede now allows him to get a little bit of extra distance. Tino's actually going to try and blink on forward. Man avoid a mass amount of damage dealt with all the AoE. They're playing the Darkseer kill, slowing down Tino as well. Blinks directly on top of the Earth Spirit.
Mackie,
And
good lord.
a little bit of revenge here. Jumping on forward. He's going to be careful. Cookie stun off the mark. And Mac's going to get punished. Tino still blink up. If he's going to be able to guess correctly, he will not. Meanwhile, mid lane, Sam H. He's getting gone on a little bit, but it is just Kezchu and Dreamer Cell. All in all, might get another kill. Those Mikoto should be able to deal with the support. Does. A couple of kills going a piece, but you keep Tino alive and you get that T1 tower down bot.
You get the T1 tower with the Magnetized. Storm Spirit lived on about 20 HP. He still had a couple of bottle charges, so he felt confident enough to try and go back in for that all or nothing play, but unfortunately, just at night time, under that, under the tree line, Puck able to get away just in time, so it kind of felt like not necessarily an all or nothing play, but they know that the game is kind of slipping out of their hands a little bit here, with Anti-Mage again being forced to participate in that team fight without much presence at all. You know, he only has a Battle Fury and a Power Treads. Wraith King farming for almost all of it. He's got his Radiance, he's got a Quickening Charm, sorry, a Quicksilver Amulet now as well. Really great, one of the best items that a Wraith King could possibly ask for. He's ready to fight now. He's keeping into this mid lane. They catch Sam H.
Stampede is up if it needs it, but Cookie
is under attack.
That'll do the trick.
Puck's available though. I think they might just wait for the extra 20 gold that Mikoto needs to get that Blink Dagger. Actually TPing in already, nice and early.
Stupendous!
As a bit slow. he tried to go for the split second play where he bought it right towards the end of the TP, but it didn't happen. Hopefully it doesn't cost him his life. I don't think it should cost him a kill just yet, but look at this wave of couriers coming out with the items for Boom. It's the Ride of the Valkyries right now. Most of them just TP scrolls, but It's fine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It still looks gone on the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Pick
under
up that
attack.
Philosopher's Stone. Hello? Who? Uh-oh.
Where is it?
It's just here.
Oh, there we go.
Hide. Oh. Nearly let that one go.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Can they get this
is
turn
under
right? You
attack.
can't go onto the Raven.
Ice Blast has been used already as well. They're setting up on AM down bot with the blast. Maybe someone will TP.
It's just getting rid of the creep.
Damn, she's gonna reveal.
Just 2 creeps. Go on. Value Ice Blast.
Now they're gonna see the support. Sam H blinking on 4, but the supports, they're really far away from the Guardian, the Centaur. Storm's gonna get silenced as well. War drop, both supports gone and dusted. Gotta buy back. Even Tino's gonna look to get involved as well. Zip on in. They haven't found a target though from Omega. A really wonky way for them to start the fight. Finally, more
Great
kicks
shot by Hyde.
instantly cancelled from Hyde. Finds his target, locks him with a zip. It's still gonna cost him his life with how deep he tried to go for. Sam H dodges at the reincarnation, so almost was enough to get the connection, but it still allows Mikoto to claim the kill. Max almost out of memory as well, so he's gonna be careful. Cookie getting back to safety. Such an awkward fight from Omega though.
Yeah. I mean, who do you go on? You know, they were only putting Dreamer Cell in there onto the front lines. Instant reaction as soon as those Mortimer's Kisses became available. Getting in onto the Snapfire was that Earth Spirit. Fantastic job coming through from Hyde. He gives up his life for it, but he wins the team fight. Man, I didn't realize he died 7 times already this game.
Haste.
Counter smoke
Yeah,
coming out here. No Dream Coil, no Reincarnation, most importantly, no Wall of Replica. Let's see what they could find. They don't have any vision in their own jungle, so they're going to be able to catch out Mr. Deadman himself, Hyde, but ends up just popping the smoke
Dire are
instead.
scanning.
how's Tino looking right now? Is that Manta completed? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, beautiful. Now at least take care of a little bit of control that Boom will have. The grip, the waning rift, gives him a little bit of extra survivability, which we're still not ready for the AM to really show up to these fights. We have seen Tino do it, but
It's not cheap getting
he's not
behind.
online like someone like the Wraith King.
No. I mean, just look how far ahead the Wraith King is. It's nearly 3,000 at this point. It's farming up so quickly, using the vision as well provided by his team's observer wards. They should catch Shanks here. Not the ideal target, but they'll take it. Any money? Hyde yoinks it away.
It dropped as well. And they find Storm. Leash is about to expire. Mac, zip away. Has he taken enough damage?
He's still gonna go.
Doesn't look like he has, although Hyde, if he can
one more
predict
roll.
the kick.
Structures are fortified.
Oh, what's going on mid? Makoto's Dream Assault BKB popped as well.
Mau kemana, bos?
That's your 9-second
boss?
BKB for the Wraith King.
Also no Stampede now, though. So they can feel confident to take
Radiant's
another team
bottom
fight,
tower
perhaps.
is under attack.
Trying to continue putting the pressure around the enemy side of the map. Not letting the anti-mage farm exactly where he wants to. Still with that Manta style, it's something. They're going to be able to avoid getting silenced up by the Earth Spirit and the Puck, of course, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to swing the game in
Dire's
their
bottom
favor just
tower
yet.
is under attack.
Even going into that more right-click build. A little surprised, actually. I mean, you've got the spell amplification on the Puck, and then he's going into the Desolator.
Is under attack.
Kind of counterintuitive.
Was he just thinking they need a little bit more right-click scaling potential? Sure. Because, I mean, you're against the anti-mage who's going to have a lot of magic resistance, so
Yeah.
it's just kind of interesting that he's gone for the start of the build and is now thinking otherwise.
He's just playing for that level 28 timing, you know? Where he's got the phase shift attack.
That's a... You even get to see the drink or rapid fire.
That's the Galaxy Brain move, I'm telling you.
Can't go wrong with a late game Puck, drink or rapid fire. This could be a scary prospect. I feel like it could get a bit of a buff.
Trying to go into Sam H here with the
Radiant's
surge
bottom
coming
tower
through.
is under
Doesn't
attack.
land.
On the back line. Nice. Finds KHQ. No ice bars for this fight. Well, Sam H is not really the target you want to go on. Stampede, Pipe,
Radiant's
Vanguard.
bottom
He's so
tower
difficult to bring
has
down. But Dire, you're on the opposite side of the map here. Gonna try and look to double back. If they've got a blink vision advantage, Shanks off the mark. Great use of the silence, instantly counteracting the lockdown that the Lion's gonna be able to utilize for this fight. Still BKB, zip on full, but they've caught out the anti-mage cookie. Look at this space, he's still in trouble. Tino, Manta unable to get away. And now Sam H rolls, gets the clip. As Dreamer Cell's Wraith King is officially online and ready to go. We've seen they've been dodging a couple of these fights, but with the BKB, you now finally cannot kite the Wraith King.
He tried to go for that cheeky Manta style play, which would end up breaking the coil without him taking the damage. Wasn't able to land it just in time. It's so hard to do it in the middle of a team fight like that. I actually really enjoyed their... Storm. Be careful about going too deep. You've got those boots of travel available on Makoto. He's just constantly roaming around the map trying to pick people off. But they just ignored the Storm Spirit. You know, he was down on already like a quarter mana, and he's not the important target. You know, he's not going to have any more influence in that team fight. So they just took out everyone else, knowing that, you know, he's going to probably save enough mana to be able to get away. But and continuing to dip further in Boom's favor. 6k net worth lead. Holding on to the Deso money is Makoto, and he changes it up. Good. I don't like things that don't synergize, so he's going into the Lincolns instead. Makes total sense against the foe.
And even just another way, if you want to put like the Wraith King on the front line to siege, once you walk up high ground, it will just give you that extra little bit of defensive factor.
All right. Don't ask me what's going on with people being at their computers or not this series. It's a bit of an odd one.
Are scanning.
Dio, they're smoked up, coming outside the base here, so they can find. Unfortunately, smoke's going to be a little bit too late for them, so they're not going to be able to catch out anyone on Boom. They are in a good spot here to maybe drop some deep vision down around the triangle for a potential next Roche fight, because
Well, it hasn't been a Roche fight, right? Yeah. 26 minutes in.
Radiant's
Nothing
courier
up just
has
yet. Makoto just using the advantage of having all of that maneuverability. Blink Dagger and the Grove Bow going to be super nice for amping up the damage from your Witchblade. The range, of course, to be able to land them from afar.
Bottom tower has
It just feels like Boom's doing exactly whatever they want this game. And I don't know if it's because they have an understanding of where all the wards are, but I mean, look at where Boom are playing. They're just playing away from all of the Omega Visions, so it's actually not providing them much of anything. They've already taken the top and mid towers, so they don't really need to be on this top side of the map.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
We're even actually going to zone them back here, or at least force them to come back.
Why not? I think that's AC completed as well, the Wraith King, so just keep surging on forward.
You have AM still not at that spike just yet. H roll in. Ice Boss as well. Centaur's gonna get popped here. Great use of the stun rocket. Now they're gonna try and dip it. BKB, they'll turn. Finger again. Brings down one. He's gonna buy back a dream himself in the second life. Two with the first. Let's see what they're able to have with the secondary one. Lincoln's already picked up. Very defensive wall too. But you will not kill this Dreamer Cell Wraith King a second time. As now they're trying to set up on top. Dakota's got the coil.
Middle tower is under attack.
See if he can pop it with the Manta this time. He's not even trying. Dreamer Cell. Great Fire Blast just after the counter spell of Manta. Not out. Big pick off. And let's see if they want to go into Roche now.
I think they have to. You know, they just used the buyback onto Hyde. They had to TP all the way back to this side of the map. They even missed the vacuum combination to try and break that one out. It was a nice, cute little attempt to juke that one out by Tino, but the damage is way too high.
There you go. Should be pretty free. AM is 6,000 gold behind.
Yeah.
I'm never seeing anti-mage win game. Like, it's just... We've seen it a couple times so far. Has it actually won a game through the group stages?
Don't think so. I'm glad it hasn't. I just think it's the biggest do-nothing hero there is.
Fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's
Maybe
middle
against the
tower is under
Doomster it might be
attack.
okay, but no, even her timings are way too fast. don't like slow heroes. I don't like inactive heroes. And I don't like boring heroes. And Anti-Mage is a boring hero.
I feel like AM fulfills all those three things you just listed.
Yeah.
And that's no bueno. That's not what you want to see.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, it's a pretty good game too. Like, it's not a horrible AM game at all.
Nope.
And the fact that he just can't play Dota, cannot play Dota at all. And honestly, like, Radiant have relatively good pick-off potentials.
Radiant are
Hyde,
scanning.
Idle die. It'll leave the
get
dieback as
brought-
well. It's gonna be nice for him.
a little bit of gold for Tino.
Even popping the mana void. I'm not sure if that was needed.
Tino, Makoto's got a coil. Just cap the centaur with that.
I mean, Stampede used within a dream coil, alright?
Yeah. Okay, well, it's time for Dye to try and shove up mid and try and shove up top, you know? Sam H is just trying to make as much space as possible. So we'll see what Omega are going to be able to do with that space. You know, Outpost getting control from CML. How close to some items are we? Tino,
Mau kemana, bos?
about to have Scotty completed after the triangle area. Max almost got the level 22.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So what do we think? This is just like Storm, Ag Scepter. He's just got the Electric Vortex from being a level 20. He's also holding onto the Ceremonial Robe, so that's going to be super nice. So get multiple targets vacuumed into a multi-man Earth Spike, Mana Void / Mortimer Skits combination.
Dire's structures
Is that what we're
are
thinking?
fortified.
Yeah.
Just it's that simple, you know? That's all you need.
Well, Tino is in trouble. Well, available, and that's just it. Tino's gone.
His illusion's just wrecking him as well.
Playing southern side, yeah, they got the ice blast at daytime as well. You can't hide. I just
Mau kemana, bos?
he can't split push.
Mau kemana,
He
bos?
can't team fight. What do you do best? Dream himself doesn't even have the Aghanim shot. Like, he actually, like,
He's never felt
doesn't
under pressure.
care.
Yeah, I mean, you just
Yeah.
compare the laning stage that these two had. You know, an anti-mage, I've never like, oh, they're gonna win that lane. You know, oftentimes it's, oh, they've got an anti-mage, they can just pick an answer and they're gonna lose that lane. But, you know, we talk about the strength, of course, of just the cold feet into the red fire blast. And even just the regen, like Mortal Strike, being able to combine together with a Vampiric Spirit for the lifesteal in lane. Like, you have to buy regen as this anti-mage. You have to go a ring of health to make sure that you're staying healthy enough to hit creeps. With a Wraith King, you just have to hit creeps, and you can buy things like the Midas and the Radiance that are gonna, like, do the damage for you. It's just, like, it's a top-tier carry right now. And anti-mage is mid to low at best.
Is under attack.
and it just continues to feel like we see relatively good AM games, but not good performances.
Radiant's top tower is under
Try and
attack.
force up some abilities. That's a great vortex. First by fall for the Mortal Kisses. They'll do the life of the Wraith King. And up with the respawn coming through. It's a great start to the Wombo combo. But do they have anything left in the tank? Mana Void's out.
Radiant's top
There's the
tower
second
is under
life.
attack.
He's got a blink though.
Darkseid nearby. Back wall. One's available. They'll drop the wall. Sam H blinking forward.
Nice stun.
He's committed now. But it looks like Radiant just going to try and get out of dodge here. But that is what you were looking for from Omega. Great vortex into Earthspike. Mac is still hunting.
Gotta go.
Here we go. Tino blinking forward. No mana void, but FBZ without any mana. Surge on cooldown as well. Great use of this reveal of the Aghanims here from Mac.
Yeah, that's exactly what you needed to happen. They take out 2 Wraith King lives, unfortunately not 3, putting him off the side of the map. He TPs away. He's nearly got his Swift Blink available. Didn't even need to use the BKB that time Dream himself to be able to survive in the end. But, you know, that was a best case scenario from Boom. Sorry, against Boom. Tanky lineup.
Sam H. Who's Makoto's got damage?
There's the Ice Blood. Nearly having that Ags, though, on the Centaur. That's going to be nice. withstand. He's always going to be in a position though to be getting silenced up by the puck, getting vacuumed into a wall. I think it's going to be pretty rare that you can just easily get off that stampede.
The damage reduction will be nice at least.
Sure, but are you going to be able to cast
through
it?
that coil.
That's my question.
Back? Any heart attack?
What do you reckon Snapfire's buying? 1,700 gold. Glimmer Force already picked up. Very, very farmed for Pulse 5. I mean, Scatterblast?
I actually don't know. I'm trying to think. They don't have a Solar Crest. They want to go late game solo.
It has to be Scatter, right? Like, it's going to give you some lockdown against Makoto, considering he's got the Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah, that is true. Also, the AoE factor is nice. I just don't know if he's actually going to be in the middle of the fight for CML. I feel like if he's anywhere near Scatter Blast range, then he might not be in the position you want to be.
Yeah, I suppose.
Although, like, yeah, what could he go instead, though?
We're splitting hairs at this point, just trying to find a way for them to come back into this. AM is continuing to farm up. He's had to switch up and go into the BKB, actually, instead of the Skadi, just because of how often he was getting caught out. Walking underneath the Observer as well, yeah. They find the Lion. They're going to try and continue using the Stampede just to try and protect her.
Oh, he runs to the anti-mage! BKB popped! Can he still blink away afterwards? The control through BKB is not there. They're still hunting. Ice Blast is on him. Makoto will catch him. Why are you running to your anti-mage? Just run the opposite way!
Yeah, a bit of panic coming through there, and even with the Ag Shard purchased up by the AM, the reduced cooldown on the Blink wasn't enough to get him away in time. So, you know, the rich get richer, the unfarmed stay useless, and, well, Super Creep's going to continue to push in. Dreamer Cell's going to make their life even easier. Actually getting the Reincarnation casts Wraithfire Blast. I suppose that's going to be nice if he, for whatever reason, dies to this Anti-Mage or the Storm Spirit. Quickly get it turned around onto them. He's got his Axe Shard, so it should be okay.
Nice Vortex Silence. Trying to pop the first life of Dreamer Cell. That is how BKB used from Matt.
Dyer's middle barracks.
2 full sets of racks. And they're going to go up top as well. AM no buyback for 30 seconds. See how long they're able to delay this for.
Dyer's structures are fortified.
They do have to get rid of the bottom creeps, which is a glyph used out here. Radiant just pushed so fast. There's a couple of illusions. Dreamer Cell level 25. We're even just going to lay down the Mortimer Kisses. Is enough. AM's up in a couple seconds as well. Can the chain locking down? Nice attempt from Shanks. Very, very close to that Earth Spike timing.
You gotta go. They're just gonna TP on out. It's a little too slow again from Omega, and they've just got one naked set of racks available. Unfortunately, Mac just a little short on his zip there. Probably should be expecting that the Wraith Kings are gonna blink away. He's had it for a while, and now he's even queuing up the Rapier.
Dyer's top barracks are under attack.
Not sure they need it. Aeon is now finished by the puck. Didn't go the rapid
them an
fire, though.
opportunity.
Barracks are under attack.
The puck?
No rapid
Damn it.
fire.
Shake my head. Like, why not? Come on, man. It is kind of...
You gotta go the right-click build, and he has not. He has gone the control build, and done a fantastic job at it as well.
Over here now.
Maybe again. Ooh.
Having to use all of your mana just to run. I haven't actually tested it with the Stormcrafter. I wonder if you can break the coil with that, just like how you can with yours. Go high enough.
Dyer's top barracks.
Offset of rocks, the ranged. Sam H falling low, Stampede kill. Sansk over there, Tino jump on top of the backline. FTZ is losing an immense amount of menace, but they do want to drop the ultimate for the anti-mage, but he can be popped with the coil.
Where's the Centaur ulti?
Storm Spirit he does not have a buyback, and they're not even going to use the Stampede for the damage reduction. So no Mac for this. Saw how valuable that AoE Vortex was, because they were like Mac sets up the Dreamer, so all they needed was the vision. This time who used the Stampede, but it's just for a measly support. Try and blink in. There's no damage right now for Tino and no stuns to control them. Still range rack standing. The Dreamer Cell puts the suit on, goes to work, and gets the Mega Creeps. Now blink up forward. BKB on good end. Might be able to get the Meds off, but they get the Ice Blast through. AM control brought down. No buyback, and they've got to call it a Mega. They'll lose this series 2-0. We did see a bit of unfortunate connection issues in game 1, resulting in a forfeit. But game 2 was all boom.
Was all boom, and boom, they're going to be happy with that. You know, a 2-0 victory now puts